There's something about Springfield at night, not the Springfield you see in the opening credits, with the traffic and the chaos, and Homer racing through the front door just in time for the couch gag. The other Springfield? The one that exists between the episodes, between the jokes, between all the noise? The version of that town that shows itself when everything goes quiet and you actually stop to look at what's been sitting in front of you for 36 years. Tonight we're going there together, slowly, without any rush. This isn't a list of Simpsons facts. It isn't a trivia video or a compilation of clip show moments. What we're doing tonight is something more like archaeology. We're going to take every major theory about The Simpsons, every fan theory, every conspiracy, every dark reading of that yellow cartoon family that has lived inside American culture since 1989, and we're going to rank them, not by how wild they are, not by how popular they've become on Reddit. We're ranking them by how true they actually are, how well the evidence holds up when you lay it out carefully and look at it without the noise of a comment section telling you what to think. Some of these theories are almost certainly true. The show's own creators have responded to them, argued with them, quietly confirmed pieces of them without ever saying so directly. Some of these theories are beautiful and sad and probably wrong, but almost impossible to dismiss completely. And some of them are the kind of thing that sounds ridiculous when you first hear it and then, somewhere around 2 in the morning, starts to feel like the most obvious explanation in the world. We'll work through all of them. We'll be thorough. And we'll do it at a pace that lets you drift if you want to drift. Because the best way to understand Springfield is probably somewhere between waking and sleep anyway. That's the state of mind the show seems built for. Not the sharp-eyed attention of someone trying to catch every joke, but the softer kind of awareness where patterns start to become visible and the connections start to make themselves. So, get comfortable, find your position, let the room settle around you, and let's go to Springfield. The ranking system? Before we begin, here's how the ranking works, because it matters for how you listen to each section. Every theory gets placed somewhere on a scale between almost certainly true at the top and emotionally compelling, but probably not at the bottom. There's no hard line between those two ends. This isn't a binary judgment. Most of the theories we're covering tonight live somewhere in the middle, where the evidence is real but the interpretation is open, where the show seems to be saying something without ever quite committing to saying it. The criteria for ranking are simple. First, how much canonical evidence exists inside the show itself? Not outside the show, not what a writer said in an interview. What the actual episodes show you, in the dialogue, in the visuals, in the story structure. Second, whether the show's creators have responded to the theory at all, and if so, how. A flat denial and a winking non-answer are very different things. Third, how well the theory explains things that otherwise don't have explanations. A good theory doesn't just describe one strange moment. It accounts for a cluster of strange moments that were already there. That last criterion is the most important one. The Simpsons has been running for so long that it has accumulated an enormous number of things that don't quite add up. Continuity errors, tonal shifts, moments that feel oddly specific for a throwaway joke, characters who behave in ways that don't fit their established personalities. The best theories aren't the ones that explain one thing. They're the ones that drop into the existing pile of strangeness and suddenly make a pattern visible that you couldn't see before. We start, as seems right, with the one that isn't really a theory at all. Section 1. The floating timeline nobody in Springfield ages. Ranking, almost certainly true, and the show has never pretended otherwise. Bart Simpson is 10 years old. He has been 10 years old since the 17th of December, 1989. He will be 10 years old for as long as the show continues to air, which, based on its current trajectory, might be longer than any of us are alive to see. Lisa is 8. Maggie is 1. Homer and Marge hover somewhere in their mid-30s, an age that has remained mysteriously stable across 3.5 decades of storytelling, presidential administrations, technological revolutions, and the complete reordering of American cultural life. This is the floating timeline. It's the thing that makes The Simpsons possible as a long-running series, because without it, Bart would be in his mid-40s right now. He'd have a mortgage and a family of his own. The show that began as a portrait of a working-class family with young children would have become something entirely different, and whatever that something was, it probably wouldn't have run for 36 seasons. So the floating timeline is a practical decision, made deliberately, maintained consciously, understood by everyone who makes the show and everyone who watches it. In that sense, it isn't really a mystery at all, it's a feature. The show's own creators would tell you that without hesitation. But here's where it gets interesting. Here's where the floating timeline stops being a production convenience and starts being evidence of something stranger. The problem with the floating timeline isn't that it exists. The problem is how long it has existed, because 36 years is a duration that creates contradictions so large and so bizarre that they've begun to develop their own logic. A logic that sits slightly outside the ordinary rules of how fictional universes work. A logic that, when you look at it carefully, suggests that Springfield doesn't just happen to be a place where time moves differently. Springfield is a place where the normal relationship between cause and effect has been quietly suspended. Let's start with the backstory problem, because it's the most visible crack in the timeline and the one the show has been most obviously struggling with for the last 20 years. When The Simpsons premiered in 1989, Homer and Marge's history was rooted in a specific era. They met in high school during the 1970s. Their courtship happened against the backdrop of bell-bottoms and disco and the particular cultural texture of suburban American life in the decade following Vietnam. The flashback episodes from the show's early seasons showed you Homer with more hair, Marge before the beehive fully took hold, two young people falling in love in a world that was recognizably the world of their parents' generation. It was specific. It was grounded. It placed The Simpsons in historical time the same way any family story places its characters in historical time, by showing you the era that shaped them. Then the floating timeline dragged the present forward, and the backstory had to move with it. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2005, they didn't meet in the 1970s. They met in the early 1990s, which means the flashback episodes had to be quietly updated. The era shifted. The cultural references shifted. And then it happened again. By 2015, their origin story had been retold with references to the 1990s instead. By 2020, elements of the early 2000s had crept in. The show has depicted Homer and Marge's formative years across at least 4 distinct decades now. Each version contradicts the others. Each version is presented as the real version for exactly as long as it takes the timeline to pull the present forward another 10 years, at which point it gets quietly shelved and replaced. What this means, if you think about it long enough and don't try to dismiss it, is that Homer and Marge don't have a fixed past. Their history isn't a story that happened once and can be looked back on. It's a draft, an approximation, a version of events that exists only for as long as the current episode needs it to exist, and then gets rewritten when the math stops working. That's a strange thing for two fictional people to have. Most characters in fiction, even cartoon characters, have histories that stay put. The thing that happened to them in the past stays in the past. It happened once and it shapes them permanently. Homer and Marge's past doesn't work that way. Their past is responsive. It adjusts. It reshapes itself around the demands of the present, and the show treats this as normal. Nobody within the world of Springfield seems troubled by the fact that Homer's memories of high school keep changing. Nobody notices that the decade they grew up in has shifted. The characters exist in a state of what you might call temporal flexibility, where the past is always available to be revised and the present is always, permanently, now. This connects to something that the more elaborate theories about Springfield all circle back to eventually. The idea that the town's relationship with truth, with continuity, with the fixed facts of history, is fundamentally different from the relationship any real place has with those things. Springfield doesn't just forget its catastrophes by the next episode. Springfield forgets its own past on a structural level. The backstory of its most central family has been rewritten multiple times, and the rewriting happens not with dramatic reveals or in-universe explanations, but silently, as if it never happened, as if the previous version simply ceased to exist. There's a scene in the season 6 episode called Lisa's Wedding that captures this more clearly than perhaps any other moment in the show's history. The episode is a flash forward. Lisa is in her early 20s, studying in England, engaged to a British man, living a life that has moved well past the Springfield that raised her. The episode shows you who Lisa Simpson becomes when time is allowed to pass. And what it shows you is beautiful and a little heartbreaking. She's smart and driven, and still slightly lonely in the way brilliant people tend to be lonely when they're surrounded by people who experience the world differently. She calls Homer. They talk. And the episode uses that conversation to show you the emotional core of their relationship in a way that the regular timeline, frozen as it is, can't quite access. Then the episode ends. Lisa goes back to being 8 years old. The future closes. The floating timeline resumes. The interesting thing about that episode isn't the flash forward itself. It's the fact that the show could do it at all. The writers clearly understood and had thought carefully about who these characters would become if they were allowed to become something. They knew what Lisa's adult life would look like. They knew how Homer would sound talking to a daughter who had grown up and moved away. They had all of that in their heads, fully formed, emotionally detailed. They just chose not to let it happen. The flash forward was a single episode. A contained glimpse through a window that was closed immediately afterward. The future existed for 22 minutes and then was locked away, and Lisa went back to playing her saxophone in the 2nd grade. This is the most important thing about the floating timeline, and it's the thing that the other theories in this ranking will keep returning to from different directions. The Simpsons is not a show that fails to imagine its characters growing up. It's a show that imagines it and refuses it. The choice to keep the timeline floating isn't a failure of imagination or a production convenience that the writers never thought too hard about. It's an active, ongoing, deliberate choice, renewed every season, to keep the Simpson family exactly where they are. The question is why. The obvious answer, the one the show's creators would give you in a press interview, is that the show works because of the family dynamic, and the family dynamic depends on the children being children. The moment Bart becomes an adult, the fundamental engine of the comedy changes in ways that might not survive the transition. So you don't let Bart become an adult. You keep him at 10. The floating timeline is a preservation mechanism for the show's core premise. That's true. And it's also incomplete. Because the floating timeline doesn't just keep Bart young, it keeps Springfield frozen. It keeps every single resident of that town locked in the same phase of their lives indefinitely. Not just the main family. Not just the recurring characters. Every person in Springfield exists in a state of permanent stasis. Patty and Selma are always middle-aged and disapproving. Ned Flanders is always the devout, slightly tragic neighbor. Apu runs the Quickie Mart with the same weary diligence he has always had. Chief Wiggum is perpetually incompetent in the same specific ways. The town is a closed system. Nobody leaves. Nobody arrives permanently. Nobody's circumstances change in any lasting way. When you think about the show at that scale, the frozen timeline stops feeling like a storytelling device and starts feeling like a condition, something that has been imposed on Springfield rather than something the show simply chose for its characters. A stasis that covers the whole town, uniformly, completely, from the richest resident to the most background-level extra, who crosses the screen in an establishing shot and never appears again. That's not how most long-running shows work. Even shows with floating timelines usually allow peripheral characters to evolve somewhat over time. Relationships change, jobs change, the texture of the town changes. Springfield doesn't allow any of that. The texture is fixed. The town looks the same, feels the same, operates on the same social rhythms it always has. It is, in the most literal sense of the word, unchanging. Now, the show has offered its own in-universe acknowledgement of this strangeness. Not an explanation exactly, but a gesture toward it. There are episodes that function as what you might call meta-commentary, where the show seems to look at itself sideways and acknowledge the impossibility of what it's depicting. The Treehouse of Horror episodes do this sometimes, stepping outside the regular continuity to tell stories where consequences are real and characters actually change. Flash-forward episodes like Lisa's Wedding do it too. And there's a recurring pattern in the show's later seasons where characters seem briefly, flickeringly aware that they exist in a loop, that the same situations keep recurring without resolution, that the town keeps resetting no matter what happens to it. These moments are usually played for comedy, but they're also doing something that the show rarely does explicitly, which is pointing at the strangeness of Springfield's frozen time and asking, very quietly, whether something is responsible for it. The fan theories in this video are essentially attempts to answer that question. Each one offers a different mechanism for the stasis. Each one points at a different cause. But they all agree on the effect, which is the thing we can observe directly just by watching the show. Time in Springfield doesn't move. And the longer that goes on, the more it feels like something is holding it in place. Here's the aspect of the floating timeline that gets talked about the least, possibly because it's the most unsettling. The backstory revision, the changing origin stories, the rewritten history that shifts by decade doesn't just affect the characters' pasts, it affects what we can know about them. If Homer's memories change every few years to accommodate the floating present, then Homer doesn't have a stable interior life. He doesn't have a fixed set of formative experiences that made him who he is. He has whatever set of experiences is currently consistent with the timeline, which means in a very real sense, Homer Simpson doesn't quite have a self in the way most fictional characters have a self. He has a set of traits, a personality, a voice, a set of mannerisms, and a backstory that gets revised whenever the math requires it. This is philosophically uncomfortable in a way that's worth sitting with for a moment. We generally assume that fictional characters, like real people, have histories that anchor them. Homer's relationship with his father, his feelings about his mother, the specific events that shaped his personality, these are supposed to be fixed points. They're supposed to be the truth of who he is. But if those fixed points keep shifting, then what exactly is Homer Simpson? The answer the show seems to offer, implicitly, is that Homer Simpson is exactly what you see on screen right now. Not the product of a history that can be examined and traced. Just a presence. A personality without a stable origin. A man who exists fully and completely in the moment, and whose past is whatever you need it to be for the current story. That's a strange thing to be. It's a strange way to exist. And it's one of the reasons that the more elaborate theories, the coma theory especially, find such a receptive audience. Because if Homer doesn't have a stable past, if his history is fluid and revisable, then the idea that his present might also be something other than what it appears, a dream, a construction, a simulation running in a damaged mind, doesn't seem as outlandish as it would for a character whose feet were more firmly planted in narrative ground. The floating timeline is ranked first in this video not because it's the most dramatic or the most emotionally resonant theory. It's ranked first because it's the most undeniably true. You don't have to theorize about it. You don't have to connect dots that the show didn't draw. You can just watch the show and see it directly. Nobody ages. The backstory shifts, the town resets, the loop continues. Everything else we're going to discuss tonight is, in one way or another, an attempt to explain why. And there are some very compelling explanations. But before we get to them, if you're watching this in the middle of the night or settling in for the long version of this, drop a comment and let me know what time it is, where you are, and where in the world you're watching from. And if you want to come back for more of these, subscribing keeps that easy. Now, let's keep going. Section 2. Homer's coma theory, the dream that explains everything. Ranking: extraordinarily well supported, emotionally devastating, almost impossible to fully dismiss. On the 1st of April, 1993, something happened to The Simpsons that the show has never quite recovered from. Or, depending on how you interpret it, something happened to Homer Simpson that the show has been telling you about ever since, quietly, consistently, in the background of every episode that has aired in the 30-plus years since that date. The episode was called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. It was the 18th episode of the 4th season. The premise was simple enough. Bart plays a series of April Fool's pranks on Homer, each one escalating past the last, until the final prank involves taking one of Homer's beer cans to a body shop and placing it inside an industrial paint shaker. The resulting pressure buildup is so extreme that when Homer opens the can, the explosion sends him to the hospital. He's lying in his hospital bed, recovering, sore and confused. He sees a vending machine across the room. He reaches out to get a candy bar from it, the way Homer reaches out for food in any situation, reflexively, without thinking. The machine tips over. It crushes him. He flatlines. He enters a coma. The episode ends with Homer apparently waking up. Bart is at his bedside, tearfully confessing that the pranks were his fault, and Homer springs awake and immediately starts strangling his son. The family laughs. The episode wraps up. Life in Springfield returns to normal, except for one detail that the episode drops in its final moments and never revisits. During the coma, Homer lost 5% of his brain function. That's the doctor's exact assessment. 5% of his cognitive capacity gone permanently, destroyed by the trauma of the coma, never coming back. Homer is informed of this. His response is to laugh, even though, in his own words, he doesn't understand why he's laughing. The family finds this charming. The credits roll. The show continues for 32 more seasons, as if nothing happened. The Homer coma theory, originally proposed on Reddit by a user who went by the name Hard Topic a Name, is built on a single premise. Homer did not wake up from that coma. What the show presents as Homer regaining consciousness is actually the first moment of the dream. Every episode that has aired since April 1993 is not a depiction of Homer's life continuing. It's a depiction of what Homer's mind constructed while his body remained in that hospital bed, losing cognitive function slowly, generating a continuous simulation of the life he was terrified of losing. The theory has been called the most popular and most debated fan theory in the history of the show. That's a title with real competition. But the coma theory earns it. Not because it's the wildest or the most elaborate, but because the evidence for it is built into the structure of the show itself, in the most basic possible way. The evidence is the show's entire post, 1993 trajectory. Here's what that trajectory looks like when you step back and look at it. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a particular kind of show. Not a realistic show, obviously. It was always animated, always satirical, always operating with the freedom of a cartoon to exaggerate and distort. But the stories were grounded. They were rooted in the kinds of situations that real families encounter. Homer tries to quit drinking and finds it harder than he expected. Marge develops feelings for another man and has to wrestle with what that means about her marriage. Bart struggles with his grades to the point where he might have to repeat a year. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher and has to figure out what to do with feelings that are too sophisticated for her age. These were family stories, domestic stories, stories about the specific friction of living inside a household with people you love and also sometimes find maddening. After the coma episode, something shifted. The shift happened gradually, over the course of a few seasons, but when you look at the body of work that followed, the contrast with what came before is significant. Homer goes to space. Homer joins a secret society. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante group. Homer befriends celebrities across every field of human endeavor. Homer discovers that his mother is alive and has been living as a fugitive radical. Homer meets God in person, not once but twice. Homer travels internationally more in a single season than most real people do in a decade. Homer survives. Falls, explosions, car accidents, animal attacks, and a comprehensive catalog of physical trauma that would be lethal to any actual human being. The show went from a family sitcom grounded in economic anxiety to something that functions more like a dream. Episodic, associative, freed from the normal constraints of consequence and physics. Homer can survive anything because, in the dream, his mind won't let the story kill him. The show resets after every catastrophe because the dreaming mind resets after every cycle. The famous reset button that fans complain about, the show's habit of returning to baseline no matter how dramatically the previous episode ended, isn't a failure of storytelling continuity in this reading. It's the fundamental operating principle of unconscious dreaming. Before we go further, let's talk about the piece of evidence that the coma theory supporters consider its most haunting detail. It comes from 6 months before the coma episode. The season 4 premiere, called Homer the Heretic, aired in October 1992. In that episode, Homer has a direct, face-to-face conversation with God. An actual conversation, not a dream sequence, not a joke about prayer. God appears to Homer. They talk, and God tells Homer something specific. He tells Homer that he will learn the meaning of life. But not yet. God says Homer's time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline fits. God told Homer his conscious life was nearly finished, told him the moment of revelation was approaching, but held it just out of reach. And 6 months later, the vending machine fell, and Homer's waking life, depending on how you interpret the theory, ended. What the show presents as a quirky theological comedy moment, in the context of the coma theory, reads as a prophecy. God wasn't telling Homer that he'd eventually understand the meaning of life in a philosophical sense. God was telling Homer, as gently as an omniscient being can tell someone something that devastating, that his time in the waking world was almost up. The celebrity appearances, which become more frequent and more varied as the show continues, are explicable under the coma theory in a way that's almost mundane once you see it. A coma patient in a hospital receives stimuli from the environment around them, voices from televisions in neighboring rooms, radio sounds drifting through corridors, conversations happening at the bedside. The dreaming brain processes these fragments and incorporates them into the dream world. Homer hears a name, a voice, a reference on a television playing somewhere in Springfield General, and his unconscious mind translates that auditory fragment into a character who walks through the dream version of Springfield. The celebrities don't visit Springfield because Springfield became a magnet for famous people. They appear because Homer's brain is absorbing fragments of the outside world through the fog of his coma and weaving them into the fabric of his simulation. This is also, incidentally, a very accurate description of how dreaming actually works. Dreams incorporate sensory input from the sleeping environment all the time. A sound from outside the window becomes a detail in the dream. A voice in another room becomes a character. The sleeping or unconscious brain doesn't generate its content from nothing. It uses whatever material is available to it and processes that material through the filtering system of the dreamer's own memories, fears, and desires. The aging problem, the floating timeline we just discussed, gets its most emotionally resonant explanation under the coma theory. Nobody ages because they exist inside the mind of a man who went to sleep in April 1993. Homer's unconscious brain has access only to the memories it accumulated before the coma. He remembers what his children looked like on the day the vending machine fell. He remembers Bart at 10, Lisa at 8, Maggie at 1. He can't age them in the dream because he has no reference material for what they'd look like older. He never got to see it happen. His brain can't simulate a future it was never given the information to construct. Marge stays the same age not because of some biological strangeness specific to Springfield. She stays the same age because the last time Homer saw her, that's what she looked like. The dream preserves her exactly as she was. Every episode of The Simpsons, under this reading, is Homer's mind recreating the last real day he had before the coma, with variations and elaborations born of his fears and hopes, but always circling back to the same family, the same house, the same structure, because that's what he wants. That's the dream's fundamental purpose. Not to torment him, not to confuse him, but to give him the thing he wants most, his family. Safe, together, young enough that he still has time with them, his children still small enough to hold, his wife still looking at him with the specific expression she had on the last morning he was conscious. The dream isn't a nightmare. It's the most generous possible expression of what Homer Simpson values, which has always been exactly that. His family, intact, in their house, living their ordinary, extraordinary lives together. Every time Homer survives something impossible in the show, every time a storyline resolves in a way that defies any plausible physics, the coma theory's response is consistent. Nothing is actually happening to Homer's body. His body is in a hospital bed. It's his mind that's living these events, and his mind won't let the story end with him dying, because if Homer dies in the dream has to end. And the dream ending means Homer has to either wake up, which means confronting how much time has passed and what it's cost him, or stop dreaming entirely, which means something darker. The show acknowledged the coma theory directly, and the way it did so is itself interesting. In the show's 34th season, an episode called Lisa, the Boy Scout, featured what was described as a deliberately leaked, fake deleted scene. In this scene, Homer wakes up from a long coma to discover that everything outlandish that had happened since season 4 was just a dream. The writers created the scene, fully animated and voiced, as a direct engagement with the fan theory. They showed it to the audience, and then they retracted it. They told everyone it was a hoax, a fake scene planted by hackers, not a real part of the episode. Think about that sequence of events. The writers of The Simpsons, aware of the coma theory, chose to respond to it by creating a piece of media that depicted its central premise as literally true, complete with Homer waking from his coma, and then claiming they hadn't done that. They made the scene. They showed people the scene, and then they said the scene didn't exist. That's not how you respond to a theory you find ridiculous. That's how you respond to a theory that you've been thinking about, that you find genuinely interesting, and that you're not quite willing to either confirm or deny. The joke, if it is a joke, only works because the premise it's joking about has enough weight to be worth the elaborate response. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory directly in 2015 and dismissed it as fan speculation. He said simply that it isn't true. But the dismissal was notable for what it didn't address. It didn't explain the tonal shift after season 4. It didn't explain why nobody ages. It didn't explain God's prophecy in Homer the heretic. It just said the theory was wrong and moved on, which is a perfectly reasonable thing for a showrunner to say. But it's not the same as disproving the theory. And the fans who find the coma theory compelling aren't looking for official confirmation, because official confirmation would, paradoxically, ruin it. The power of the coma theory is that it lives in the space between the show's official position and what the evidence actually supports. That space is large enough to hold 30 years of extraordinary television. Here's the thing that really stays with you, though. The emotional reading of the coma theory, once you've absorbed it, is genuinely difficult to shake, because it reframes every episode of The Simpsons since 1993, not as comedy, not as satire, but as an act of love. A man in a hospital bed, slowly losing his mind, generating an endless dream about his family because they are the thing he cannot bear to leave behind. Every episode is Homer refusing to let go. Every reset is his mind insisting that the story isn't over yet. Every impossible survival is his unconscious self protecting the simulation, because the moment the simulation ends, the moment Homer finally actually wakes up or doesn't, the family is gone. That's the version of the coma theory that finds its way into your thinking at 2 in the morning and doesn't quite leave. Homer's coma isn't a nightmare. It's a father's deepest wish, expressed in the only language his damaged brain has left. His children are always young. His wife always loves him. The house on Evergreen Terrace always has the lights on, and the story never ever ends, because in the dream it doesn't have to. Section 3. The Springfield Radiation and Mutation Theory. The poison in the water. Ranking. The most extensively supported theory in the show's canon, close to objectively true within the show's own logic. Imagine you're looking at Springfield from above. The bird's eye view. The map. There's the residential area. Evergreen Terrace with the Simpson house, the Flanders house, the ordinary suburban geometry of it all. There's the school, the church, the bar, the police station. There's the river running through the middle of it, and the lake on the edge of town, and the forest beyond that where people occasionally see strange things in the dark. And there, dominating the skyline, casting its particular silhouette across everything, are the cooling towers of the Springfield nuclear power plant. They are cracked. That detail, the cracked cooling towers, gets mentioned in the show and then passed over, the way you might mention that a fence needs painting and then immediately talk about something else. But it's not a minor detail. Cracked cooling towers are not a cosmetic issue. They are the mechanism by which a nuclear facility's radioactive byproducts leak into the surrounding environment. They are the thing standing between the reactor's output and the air that the people of Springfield breathe and the water they drink. And in Springfield, they are held together with chewing gum. This is canon. This is something the show establishes directly, in dialogue, without framing it as a joke. Or rather, framing it as a joke without recognizing that the joke contains a genuine horror. A nuclear power plant with 342 documented safety violations, cracked cooling towers patched with gum, radioactive waste being dumped into rivers and onto playground equipment, luminous rats in the facility's lower levels, human skeletons in the basement whose presence is never explained. And at the center of all this, serving as the safety inspector whose literal job description is to prevent exactly this kind of catastrophe, a man whose creator has stated has an IQ of 55. The radiation and mutation theory doesn't require any particular leap of imagination. It asks only that you take seriously what the show is telling you directly, that the Springfield nuclear power plant is a catastrophically unsafe facility, that it has been leaking radioactive material into the surrounding environment for decades, and that the people living in that environment have been changed by it. The evidence begins with Blinky the three-eyed fish. Blinky appears in Season 2. He is pulled from a river near the power plant, and he has 3 eyes. 3 eyes is not a natural variation. 3 eyes is a mutation. The show's own characters understand this immediately. Blinky becomes national news within the episode. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as a centerpiece of his campaign, arguing that Mr. Burns is poisoning the environment. Burns is forced to eat the fish on live television to demonstrate its safety. And then Springfield moves on. Nobody conducts a study of the river water. Nobody tests the fish population more broadly to see how widespread the mutation is. Nobody asks the most obvious question the situation raises, which is whether the organisms that live in the water and have visibly mutated are the only things in the environment that have been affected, or whether the radiation runoff has reached the water supply that the human residents of Springfield drink every day. The show never asks that question out loud, but it answers it, quietly and consistently, across 36 seasons of depicting the residents of Springfield. Look at the physical characteristics of every person who lives in Springfield. The 4 fingers on each hand, the overbites, the bulging eyes, the yellow skin that covers every resident of the town and, crucially, only the residents. When celebrities appear as guest characters, when people arrive from outside Springfield, they look different. Their proportions are slightly more naturalistic. Their features align more closely with what you'd expect from human anatomy drawn in a cartoonish style. The eyes are a different size. The structural distortions that define Springfield residents are absent or reduced. The show's standard explanation for this is that it's the art style. Springfield characters look the way they look because that's how the show is drawn. Guest characters look slightly different because they're being rendered with a slightly different visual approach to distinguish them as outsiders. But here's the thing about that explanation. Within the logic of the show's own universe, the visual difference between Springfield residents and non-residents is not just an art style choice. It's observable. The characters can see each other. They exist in a shared visual space. And in that shared visual space, there is a consistent and visible difference between people who have lived in Springfield long enough to be shaped by its environment and people who arrived from elsewhere. If you accept, just for a moment, that the visual style reflects something real within the show's world, then what you're looking at when you see a Springfield resident's 4-fingered hands and distorted features is not a cartoon convention. It's the cumulative biological effect of decades of radioactive exposure. Yellow skin, bulging eyes, structural abnormalities that don't occur in the broader human population. The residents of the Springfield contamination zone look the way they look because the contamination has shaped them at a cellular level. Homer Simpson is the most visible case study. His physical characteristics go well beyond the standard cartoon exaggeration. He has a skull shape that's architecturally improbable. His overbite is severe. His body can absorb trauma that should be immediately and comprehensively fatal. He's been hit by cars, fallen from heights that would destroy a human body, been electrocuted, been shot, been burned, and recovered from every incident with, at most, a brief period of cartoon convalesce. His pain tolerance and healing rate are not consistent with normal human biology. They're consistent with a biological system that has been fundamentally reorganized by sustained radiation exposure, one that has developed compensatory adaptations that normal humans don't have. The show confirms this connection in a specific and remarkable way. Homer's IQ. The show's own creator, Matt Groening, has stated that Homer has an IQ of approximately 55. That's below the threshold typically associated with clinical intellectual disability. Homer can function day to day, can hold a job, can maintain relationships, but his cognitive processing is severely impaired compared to the average adult, and the show has given this impairment a specific physical cause. In the season 12 episode Homer discovers that a crayon has been lodged in his frontal lobe since childhood. When the crayon is removed, his IQ skyrockets. He becomes articulate, analytically capable, able to process complex information and draw conclusions. The same brain, temporarily freed from the physical obstruction the crayon created, performs at a dramatically different level. The episode uses this to make a comedy point about how intelligence sometimes makes people unhappy, and Homer chooses to have the crayon reinserted. But the underlying architecture of the story is doing something more specific. It's establishing that Homer's cognitive impairment has a physical cause, that something in his brain is actively preventing it from functioning the way it should. And while the show presents that cause as a crayon from childhood, the radiation theory notes that Homer has also spent his entire adult life working in direct proximity to an active nuclear reactor. The crayon is the proximate cause. The radiation is the ambient condition that prevented anyone from noticing the crayon, that kept the Springfield medical establishment too damaged or too compliant to find a foreign object that was sitting in a patient's brain during routine checkups. Here's where the theory develops its most unsettling dimension: the question of what Burns knows. Burns is not ignorant of radiation's effects on biological systems. He cannot be, because he is personally dependent on managing those effects in his own body. The Springfield Files episode, which we'll discuss in more detail in the Burns section, establishes that Burns undergoes a weekly medical regimen involving radiation therapy so extreme that it causes his body to emit visible light. He literally glows green after treatment. His survival depends on the precise weekly management of his radiation exposure. Burns is, in the most literal sense, a man who understands what radiation does to living things, because it's the thing that's keeping him alive. And Burns owns the power plant. Burns makes the decision, episode after episode, not to fix the cracked cooling towers, not to address the 342 violations, not to stop dumping radioactive waste into the river that feeds the water supply that everyone in Springfield drinks. These aren't decisions made in ignorance. These are decisions made by a man who understands radiation biology better than anyone else in town, who is personally dependent on that knowledge, and who has chosen, consistently and deliberately, not to protect the people living downstream. The show makes this explicit across multiple episodes and never quite draws the conclusion out loud. Burns funds private medical research. He has personal physicians who administer treatments that no one else in Springfield has access to. He knows what the radiation is doing because the radiation is doing it to him, and he manages the effect in himself with enormous resources while ensuring that the people of Springfield have no such resources and are in fact kept cognitively and economically incapable of understanding what's happening to them. There's one episode that functions almost like a confirmation of the entire radiation theory, even though the show frames it as a comedy moment and moves on. In the Simpsons movie, the EPA, under the direction of a government official played for laughs as bureaucratic villainy, determines that Springfield has become so environmentally contaminated that the only viable response is physical containment. They seal the entire town under a massive glass dome to prevent the pollution from spreading to the surrounding region. The United States federal government, within the show's own universe, classifies Springfield as an environmental hazard zone, not metaphorically. Literally, they dome the town to stop it from poisoning the rest of the country. Think about what that confirms. The radiation theory doesn't require you to infer what the power plant is doing to Springfield from the evidence of physical mutations and cognitive impairment. The Simpsons movie shows you a federal agency making that assessment officially. Springfield is so contaminated that it needs to be sealed. The people inside it, the yellow-skinned, four-fingered, cognitively unusual residents who have been living in this environment their whole lives, are inside the dome when it goes up. And when the dome comes down at the end of the movie, the show returns to normal. The environmental catastrophe that prompted a federal containment operation is never mentioned again. Nobody asks what the long-term health consequences of having lived inside a contamination zone are. Nobody tests the water. Nobody examines the soil. The reset button is pressed, and Springfield goes back to being Springfield, which is, of course, its own kind of evidence. A town that is cognitively incapable of maintaining concern about its own contamination, that can watch a federal agency dome its streets to contain its pollution and then forget about it by the next episode, is a town whose capacity for the kind of sustained alarm that would be appropriate to the situation has been compromised. The people of Springfield can't stay worried about the power plant because the power plant has already done enough damage to their neurological function that sustained worry of that kind is beyond their reach. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same bulging eyes as his owners. The same structural distortions that define the human residents of Springfield are visible in the family pet, an animal that has been exposed to the same contaminated environment and shows the same biological modifications. Blinky has 3 eyes. The wildlife of Springfield is demonstrably affected by the plant's runoff. And the show presents this as evidence that the radiation is producing mutations in living organisms, while simultaneously expecting the audience to accept that those same organisms include the human population of the town without apparent consequence. The radiation theory says the consequence is apparent. It's just that we've been looking at it for so long that it's become the baseline, The yellow skin is the consequence. The four fingers are the consequence. The cognitive impairment that makes Homer both a perfect safety inspector for Burns and a perfect representation of a town that can't think its way out of its own exploitation, that's the consequence. It's just that the consequence arrived so long ago and has been so consistent that it stopped looking like a consequence and started looking like just how things are. This theory ranks near the top of our list not because it's the most dramatic or the most emotionally complex. It ranks near the top because it requires the least inferential leap. The show gives you contamination, it gives you mutations, it gives you a population with documented cognitive and physical abnormalities, and it gives you the federal government confirming the contamination is real. The radiation theory doesn't connect distant dots. It traces a line that the show drew itself and just never labeled. Section 4. Who really shot Mr. Burns? The case that was never actually closed. Ranking. The official answer is plausible but not proven. The alternative theories have real evidence behind them. This one is genuinely unresolved. The summer of 1995 was a particular moment in American television history, and the reason it was particular had a lot to do with Springfield. The Simpsons had done something that no animated show had done before. It had run a genuine mystery, a cliffhanger designed and promoted as a puzzle, a whodunit built with the specific intention of being solvable, at least in theory, from the evidence presented in Part 1. The show's creators invited viewers to participate in a national contest. The winner, the person who correctly identified the shooter, would be animated into a future episode. Fox promotional material treated the fictional crime like a real unsolved case. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special. The summer of 1995 was, for a significant portion of the television-watching public, the summer of asking who shot Mr. Burns. The setup was impeccable. Burns had done what Burns does, but at a scale that exceeded even his previous ambitions. He'd drilled beneath Springfield Elementary and stolen an oil well, gutting the school's budget. He'd bankrupted Moe's Tavern. He'd destroyed the Springfield Retirement Castle. He'd created a solar-blocking disk large enough to cover the entire town, cutting off sunlight to force every resident to rely on his power plant for all their electrical needs. He'd fired Smithers for objecting. He'd managed, in the space of one episode, to give every single person in Springfield a motive to want him dead, and then someone shot him. He staggered to the town's sundial. He fell. His hands landed on two letters. The screen went black, and America waited all summer. When the answer came in September 1995, it was Maggie Simpson. Burns himself, recovering from his coma, identified the baby as the person who shot him. According to Burns's account, he encountered Maggie in the parking lot after the town meeting. He tried to take her lollipop. The gun fell from his holster in the struggle. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot. Case closed. Except, here's where the story gets interesting. Start with the contest itself. Fox invited viewers to submit their guesses. Thousands and thousands of entries arrived. The writers, on the DVD commentary for the episode, acknowledged something remarkable. According to a randomly selected sample of those entries, not a single viewer guessed the correct answer. Out of thousands of submissions, in a random sample, 0 correct answers. The person who was awarded the contest prize was chosen randomly from the sample, and because they hadn't guessed correctly, they received a cash payment instead of being animated into the show. The writers also noted that they were aware of one person, who had posted the correct answer to a Simpsons online news group on the night the cliffhanger aired. That person was using a college internet account. By the time the contest concluded and the producers tried to track them down, the account was inactive. They couldn't find the one person who had solved it. They issued an open invitation on the DVD release for that person to come forward. As far as anyone can tell, they never did. This is a strange outcome for a mystery that was supposed to be solvable from the evidence in Part 1. The show's creators said the clues were there. They insisted the mystery was designed to be solved. And then when the answer was revealed, essentially nobody had figured it out. Either the clues were insufficient, the red herrings were more effective than intended, or the answer didn't follow logically from the available evidence the way the show claimed it did. Let's look at the evidence itself, because some of it doesn't support the official answer as cleanly as the show implies. Burns fell on the sundial. His hands landed on the letters W and S. Or, from Burns's perspective, looking up at the dial from where he lay, M and S. The show tells us this points to Maggie Simpson. M for Maggie, S for Simpson. Burns himself, in the same episode, states canonically that the positioning of his hands on the sundial was not deliberate. He didn't arrange his fingers to spell out his attacker's initials. He just fell, and his hands landed where they landed. The sundial clue, which was positioned throughout the summer hiatus as the central piece of evidence pointing toward the shooter's identity, was described by the victim himself as a coincidence. The most prominent clue in the mystery was explicitly invalidated by the mystery's victim. Then there's the gun. Before the shooting, Burns's holster is shown empty. The gun had already been removed from his person before the attack. Whoever shot Burns used Burns's own weapon. This tells you something specific about the shooter. They weren't someone who came to the town meeting armed and planning violence. Most of the primary suspects were shown with weapons. They came prepared. The person who shot Burns didn't bring a gun because they didn't plan to shoot anyone. They found Burns's gun by chance, or in a struggle, and used it impulsively. A baby finding a gun on the ground and accidentally firing it fits this profile. So do roughly a dozen other characters who weren't carrying weapons that evening. Burns's final words before being shot were also reported as, "Oh, it's you." He recognized his attacker. He acknowledged their presence without apparent alarm, the way you'd acknowledge someone familiar. Not a stranger, not an enemy you'd been watching for, but someone whose presence in that specific location prompted recognition rather than fear. Does Mr. Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? The show has never established a meaningful prior relationship between Burns and Maggie. Burns can't reliably remember Homer's name, and Homer has worked for him for years. The idea that Burns would see a baby in a parking lot and say, "Oh, it's you," with the tone of someone who knows this particular baby seems to require some setup the show doesn't provide. In season 18, Homer offhandedly claims that he was the one who shot Burns. He says it on camera, matter-of-factly, and nobody responds. Nobody investigates? Nobody reopens the case? Homer Simpson confesses to the attempted murder of the wealthiest man in Springfield, and the show treats it as a throwaway line in an episode about something else entirely. Either Homer is lying, which his character is entirely capable of, or the original verdict was wrong and Homer knows why. If Homer is the real shooter, then Maggie was used as a convenient alternative, and the show had already made Chief Wiggum say it directly. No jury in the world would convict a baby. Maggie was the perfect person to blame because Maggie could never be punished. An infant too young to deny the accusation, too young to understand what she was being accused of, too young to ever face legal consequences for it. The alternate shooter theories have each found audiences for specific reasons. The Marge theory has a particularly strong evidence base. Marge had every reason to want Burns gone. He'd stolen the oil revenue from her children's school. He'd blocked out the sun over the town her family lived in. She'd watched one man systematically dismantle the infrastructure that her children depended on, and she'd had no way to fight back. Burns had also, in an earlier episode, developed an infatuation with Marge, which the theory uses to explain why he wouldn't identify her as the shooter. He protected her. He woke from his coma, saw Marge in the room, and chose not to name the woman he'd been in love with. He deflected the investigation toward a target that couldn't be prosecuted, and in doing so, gave Marge her freedom. The Smithers theory was considered seriously enough by the writers themselves that they animated a complete alternate ending where Smithers is revealed as the shooter. Full length, fully voiced, fully produced. It was shown in the 138th episode Spectacular, hosted by Troy McClure, who dismisses it by pointing out that it would require ignoring all the Simpson DNA evidence, which would be, in his words, downright nutty. That dismissal is itself a winking reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, which was happening simultaneously with the airing of these episodes, where a jury did in fact ignore DNA evidence to reach an acquittal. The show was acknowledging, in its own oblique way, that the official answer might not be the one the evidence supports most cleanly. An early draft had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers cycled through multiple candidates before landing on Maggie, which means the answer wasn't determined by what the clues in Part 1 pointed to. The clues were adjusted to fit whichever answer the writers eventually chose. The mystery was reverse engineered. The evidence was arranged after the fact to support an ending that was selected for reasons other than narrative logic. The final shot of Part 2 is Maggie alone in a room, after everyone else has left. She looks around to make sure she isn't being observed. Then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics the pulling of a trigger. The show presents this as a confession, but you could watch the same shot and see something different. A baby who witnessed something violent and is repeating the motion she saw, the way very young children repeat the behaviors they observe in adults. Maggie isn't necessarily confessing. She might be remembering. She might be replaying the image of someone else doing what she's been blamed for. The official answer is Maggie. The writers stand behind it. The DVD commentary treats it as settled. But the contest that nobody won, the clues that the victim described as meaningless, the alternate endings that were fully produced, the season 18 confession that nobody investigated, and that final shot of Maggie in the empty room, taken together, they suggest that the greatest mystery in the show's history was never fully resolved. It was closed. It was ruled on. And in Springfield, where ruling on something and resolving it are two very different things, that's probably the most you can expect. Section 5. Mr. Burns is something beyond ordinary human longevity. Ranking? Entirely supported by the show's own canon? Burns is not surviving through natural biological processes. Let's establish what we know for certain about Charles Montgomery Burns, and do so carefully, because the facts are strange enough without embellishment. His age has been stated, implied, and contradicted across dozens of episodes. The consistent picture that emerges places his birth somewhere in the late 19th century. He has first-person memories of events from before 1900. He has described personal relationships with historical figures who died before the oldest living members of the show's audience were born. He attended Yale. He served in World War II in a role the show describes as morally ambiguous at best. He knew Howard Hughes. He has referenced the Gilded Age not as a period he read about, but as a time he lived through, with the particular specificity of someone recalling personal experience rather than historical knowledge. By the most conservative reading of the show's continuity, Burns is somewhere well past 100 years old. By more generous readings, he approaches 140. This is not a background detail or an occasionally mentioned quirk. Burns's extraordinary age is a recurring element of the show, referenced across many seasons, consistently maintained as a fact about the character. So the question isn't whether Burns is impossibly old. The show tells you he is. The question is how. The Springfield Files, which appeared in Season 8 as a crossover with The X-Files, provides the clearest on-screen answer. Homer sees something in the woods near Springfield that he becomes convinced is an alien. The episode builds toward a dramatic reveal, and when the truth is finally shown, the alien isn't an alien at all. It's Mr. Burns. The specific explanation the episode provides is that Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment so extreme in its chemical and radiological intensity that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow. The treatments keep him alive for exactly 7 days. Miss one session and Burns dies. His life is maintained on a weekly schedule, administered with precision, managed by infrastructure that no ordinary person in Springfield has access to. And the treatments involve radiation. Of course they do. The man who owns a nuclear power plant, who has been pouring radioactive material into Springfield's environment for decades, is personally sustained by controlled radiation exposure. His body is so fundamentally altered by over a century of proximity to nuclear material that it can no longer sustain its own biological functions through normal cellular processes. The radiation is not something Burns manages in spite of its effects on his body. The radiation is the mechanism by which his body continues to function at all. After each weekly treatment, Burns wanders out of the medical facility in a dazed, euphoric state. His body is glowing with visible light. He moves through the woods in a pattern that Homer, and later the entire town of Springfield, interprets as alien movement. Not because Burns is doing anything particularly unusual for someone who has just received an extreme dose of radiation therapy, but because the people of Springfield have so thoroughly suppressed their awareness of what the power plant is and what it does to living things, that the evidence of its effects on their own billionaire employer reads to them as extraterrestrial. The Three Stooges syndrome scene is the other major canonical piece of the Burns longevity puzzle. A doctor examines Burns and informs him that his body hosts every disease known to medical science simultaneously. Every single one. The doctor explains that the diseases are in a state of perfect equilibrium inside Burns's body, each one preventing the others from progressing, creating a biological gridlock that means none of them can advance far enough to kill him. The doctor calls it Three Stooges syndrome, the image of three people stuck in a doorway simultaneously. They can't move because they're all blocking each other. The scene is played for broad comedy, but if you take it seriously, if you apply the logic of the radiation theory to it, it describes something coherent. Burns's weekly radiation treatments don't cure his diseases. They manage them. They hold every illness in precisely calibrated stasis, balanced against every other illness, preventing any single condition from gaining dominance and killing him. It's not medicine in any conventional sense. It's nuclear maintenance. Burns's body is being run the way a reactor is run, with regular adjustments to keep the system in stable equilibrium and prevent any single element from going critical. Smithers is, in this reading, far more important to Burns's survival than the show typically frames him as. Smithers manages Burns's schedule. Smithers ensures the weekly treatments happen on time. Smithers monitors Burns's physical condition with what the show often frames as obsessive devotion, but which the radiation theory reframes as medical necessity. Without Smithers coordinating the treatment schedule, Burns misses a dose. The equilibrium collapses. The diseases surge. Burns has a week to live. Smithers isn't devoted to Burns purely out of emotional attachment. He's devoted because he understands, at some level, that his continued presence and attention is the thing keeping Burns alive. That knowledge is the foundation of the entire relationship. It's not just employment. It's not just loyalty. It's Smithers knowing that if he leaves, if he's removed, if he's replaced with someone who doesn't understand the precise requirements of Burns's maintenance schedule, Burns dies within 7 days. And Smithers has constructed his entire life around the prevention of that outcome. The family wealth connection adds a layer to the immortality question that the show gestures toward without fully exploring. Burns's fortune predates the Industrial Revolution. The Burns dynasty, as the show depicts it, is one of the oldest and most continuously powerful lineages in American history. Not just wealthy in the sense of having accumulated resources, but wealthy in the sense of having shaped infrastructure, owned essential systems, controlled access to things other people need. The kind of wealth that doesn't just survive generations but actively perpetuates itself through each generation. If Burns has been alive for over a century, sustained through artificial means, the question naturally arises about his predecessors. Did the Burns family always find ways to extend the lifespans of its patriarchs beyond normal limits? Before nuclear radiation existed as a controllable medical tool, before modern medicine had developed the technologies Burns currently depends on, what kept the previous Burns in power for long enough to accumulate and pass down a fortune of this scale? The show doesn't answer this question, but the pattern it establishes is consistent. The Burns dynasty has maintained continuous control of its assets for longer than most American institutions have existed. That kind of continuity doesn't emerge from natural generational succession. It requires either extraordinary luck or something more deliberate. Burns has survived everything Springfield has thrown at him, not through cartoon resilience the way Homer survives things, but through infrastructure. When Burns is shot by Maggie, he recovers because he has personal physicians, private facilities, resources that allow his body to be managed back towards survival. When he collapses, when he falls, when his ancient body fails him in any of the ways that ancient bodies fail, there is always a system in place to intervene. Money isn't just comfort in Burns's case. It's a life support mechanism. Every dollar of the Burns fortune serves ultimately the same purpose: keeping Burns alive, keeping the treatments coming, keeping the equilibrium stable. Homer's immortality, such as it is passive. His body absorbs damage because the radiation has adapted it in ways that make it resilient. Burns's immortality is engineered, actively built, maintained through sustained effort and enormous resources. Every institution Burns has corrupted, every politician he has purchased, every doctor he has retained on permanent call, every private pharmaceutical facility he funds, it all serves the same function: keep the reactor running. The scariest dimension of the Burns immortality theory is what it implies about Springfield's relationship with Burns. The town's economy depends on the power plant. The power plant depends on Burns's ownership and management. Burns depends on the treatments that his fortune funds. The treatments depend on the infrastructure that his fortune builds. It's a closed loop, a self-sustaining system where Burns, the machine, and the money all feed each other in an endless cycle. Springfield can't effectively challenge Burns because doing so would mean challenging the economic foundation that the entire town depends on. And Burns can't die. Not really. Not in a way that would disrupt the system, because dying would mean that system having to answer for what it's done. What it's done to the water. What it's done to the fish. What it's done to Homer's mother and, through her, to Homer, and through Homer, to 3 generations of Simpsons who were broken before they ever understood what was happening to them. Mr. Burns is not immortal in any mystical sense. He is too expensive to die. Springfield keeps paying the bill. And as long as the treatments come in on schedule, as long as Smithers is there to make sure the appointment is kept, as long as the radiation keeps the diseases balanced and the money keeps the radiation flowing, Burns will be standing at the window of his manor, looking down at the town he has owned for longer than anyone can quite remember, remembering things that happened before anyone currently alive was born. Section 6. Maggie Simpson is the most capable person in Springfield. Ranking: well-supported, internally consistent, and one of the show's most quietly stated running themes. There's a particular kind of intelligence that only looks quiet from the outside. From the outside, Maggie Simpson is a baby. She cannot walk reliably. She communicates through a combination of pacifier sounds, expressive stares, and the occasional gesture that somehow manages to communicate more than any of her family's words. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She sits in the background of the Simpson household, present for every argument and every crisis and every moment of ordinary family life, apparently doing nothing more than existing and occasionally falling over. From the inside of Maggie's point of view, assuming you're willing to believe that Maggie has a point of view worth taking seriously, the picture is entirely different. Let's start with what we can observe directly, without any theoretical framework at all. Just the things the show actually depicts. Maggie shot a man, the richest man in Springfield. However you interpret the "Who Shot Mr. Burns" mystery, the official answer of the show is that a 1-year-old infant discharged a firearm in a public parking lot and hit an adult human being and then was not prosecuted because no jury would convict a baby. That's the baseline. That's the starting point for any discussion of Maggie Simpson. Maggie led a rebellion. In an episode where she's placed in a daycare center run with authoritarian rigidity, Maggie organizes the infant population of the facility, coordinates a collective act of resistance, and successfully challenges the adults in charge. She does this without language, without any of the tools adults typically use to coordinate group action, and she succeeds. The babies follow her not because she's the loudest or the most physically imposing. They follow her because she's the one who understands the situation clearly enough to act on it. Maggie saved her family multiple times, in circumstances that required situational assessment, rapid decision-making, and physical execution. The show depicts these moments, typically treats them as comedy beats, and moves on. But the pattern they form, taken together, is consistent. In situations where adults are panicking or incapacitated or simply failing to notice what's happening, Maggie notices. And then, Maggie acts. The 2012 theatrical short film The Longest Daycare is the most sustained and detailed depiction of Maggie's capabilities the show has ever produced. The short is 7 minutes long. It was nominated for an Academy Award, and it is 7 minutes of a 1-year-old child demonstrating problem-solving abilities that would be remarkable in an adult, filtered through the physical limitations of a body that can barely manage coordinated crawling. The premise is that Maggie is dropped off at a daycare center she's attended before, run with the specific humorless efficiency of a place that believes it is serving the children in its care while actually just managing them. Maggie encounters a caterpillar in the facility that is about to become a butterfly. Another child, a bully named Gerald, who has appeared in the show before as Maggie's recurring infant antagonist, wants to destroy the caterpillar. Maggie's objective is to protect the caterpillar long enough for it to complete its transformation and be released outside. What follows is a miniature action film. Maggie reads the physical layout of the facility. She identifies the threat. She maps the behavior of the daycare staff and the other children. She develops a strategy. She executes the strategy with adjustments made in real time as circumstances change. She encounters obstacles and navigates around them. She experiences setbacks and recovers from them without losing sight of her objective. And she does all of this while dealing with the fundamental physical limitation that her body is a one-year-old's body, which means she falls. She crawls when she wants to run. She can't reach things that are placed at adult height. Her mind is running ahead of her body the entire time. You can see it in the way the short is constructed. She assesses before she moves. She looks at a situation, processes it, makes a decision, and then executes the decision with the clearest possible efficiency given her physical constraints. She is not reacting. She is acting from a plan, with the kind of deliberate intentionality that most adults struggle to maintain under pressure. The theory about Maggie's silence is the most interesting element of her character, and it's one that the show supports consistently without ever quite stating directly. The argument is that Maggie's failure to develop speech is not a developmental issue. It's a strategic decision. Consider the evidence. Maggie's first word, spoken once and never repeated, was "Daddy." It was voiced by Elizabeth Taylor in what amounted to a cameo. The word was spoken in a context of emotional intensity, when Homer was leaving the house and Maggie called him back. The word was real. Maggie can produce speech. The question is why she chooses not to. The answer the theory offers is that Maggie has been watching her family and learning from what she observes. And what she has observed, from the best possible vantage point, a position so embedded in the household that nobody monitors her carefully, is what happens to intelligent people in the Simpson family who make their intelligence visible. Lisa Simpson is brilliant. Genuinely, demonstrably, objectively brilliant. She plays music, she analyzes literature, she understands science and philosophy and political theory at levels that would be impressive in a graduate student, let alone an 8-year-old. And her intelligence has earned her, throughout the show's history, isolation from her peers, dismissal from adults who should be nurturing her capacity, and a specific loneliness that comes from being the most perceptive person in a room full of people who find her perspicacity inconvenient. Lisa fights. She keeps fighting. She pushes back against the indifference and the dismissal and the active opposition her intelligence generates. She does this because her sense of self is inseparable from her intellectual engagement with the world. She can't not engage. She can't not speak. Her intelligence doesn't give her the option of silence. Maggie watched this happen. Maggie has been watching it since she was born. She watched her older sister fight every day for the recognition that her capabilities deserved and receive, in return resistance and dismissal and a very particular kind of childhood loneliness. She watched the smartest person in her family be consistently underpowered in her own household by a system that doesn't reward insight and punishes visibility. And Maggie, who is possibly smarter than Lisa, drew a different conclusion. Not that fighting isn't worth it. Not that the world is too resistant to be worth engaging. The conclusion Maggie drew is more precise. She decided that visibility is a liability. That being noticed as exceptional makes you a target for the same forces that have been grinding Lisa down since kindergarten. And she made the choice, whether consciously or through the development of an instinct that functions like a conscious strategy, to remain invisible. The pacifier is the most important prop in the show. Not Homer's donut, not Bart's skateboard, the pacifier. It keeps Maggie's mouth occupied. It gives her an excuse for not speaking. It maintains the expectation in every observer that what they're dealing with is a normal baby who hasn't yet developed language. The pacifier is the most effective disguise available to someone who wants to move through their environment without being assessed as a threat or an asset. Every heroic act Maggie commits, every moment where she solves the problem that the adults around her have failed to solve, happens quietly and below the level of sustained attention. The daycare rebellion succeeded because nobody seriously monitors infant social dynamics. The Burns shooting generated no lasting scrutiny of the shooter because nobody suspects a baby. The pattern is consistent across every major Maggie moment in the show's history. She acts when no one is watching. She succeeds below the radar. And then the adults return to their conversation and Maggie returns to her position in the corner of the room, pacifier in place, watching. The connection to the radiation theory is worth noting here. If Springfield's contaminated environment creates mutations, And if those mutations affect individuals differently based on some combination of genetic predisposition and the specific ways each person interacts with the environment, then Homer and Maggie represent opposite endpoints on a spectrum. Homer's cognition was reduced to the minimum viable level for a functioning adult. Maggie's cognition was amplified to a level the show can't quite bring itself to measure directly. The same radioactive environment, the same contaminated water, the same irradiated air, and two members of the same immediate family who represent the most extreme possible divergence of outcome. Homer is what radiation does when it takes something away. Maggie is what radiation does when it gives something extraordinary. And if the coma theory is true, then Maggie's brilliance takes on an emotional weight that's harder to articulate but worth sitting with. If everything since 1993 is Homer dreaming, if every episode is an unconscious father constructing a simulation of his family because he can't let go of them, then Maggie's capabilities in the dream are Homer's deepest hope for his youngest child. He can't watch her grow up. He can't see what she becomes. He can't be there for the moments that matter in her development. So in the dream, he gives her something that makes him less afraid for her. He gives her intelligence so extraordinary that she'll be fine without him. He gives her the capacity to protect herself, to solve her own problems, to navigate a world that has proven itself fully capable of letting people down without needing his intervention. Maggie's genius, in the coma reading, is not a mutation or a biological accident. It's a father's prayer, encoded in the only language he has left. She is 1 year old. She cannot walk without falling. She has never been prosecuted for anything. And she is, depending on how you weight the evidence, the most dangerous person in Springfield. She has just not yet decided what to do about it. When she does, nobody will see it coming. That's exactly how she designed it. Section 7. Mona Simpson and the Burns Conspiracy Across 3 Generations. Ranking. Fully canonical. One of the most devastating and underappreciated through lines in the show's history. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the official story. Abe Simpson had told Homer when he was young that his mother had passed away. He'd shown Homer a grave. Homer had mourned her, or done whatever version of mourning Homer is capable of, and grown up carrying the particular weight of a child who lost a parent too early. The kind of weight that shapes everything, quietly, without ever quite being named. The weight shaped Homer in specific ways that the show depicts clearly across its early seasons. His desperate need to be liked, his clinginess with Marge that sometimes tipped into something more anxious than affectionate, his terror of abandonment, the way he responds to any suggestion that Marge might leave or that his family might dissolve, with a disproportionate, almost pre-rational panic. His willingness to endure humiliation from Burns rather than risk losing the stability of even a degrading job. These are not the traits of a man who simply had a difficult childhood. These are the specific emotional signatures of maternal abandonment. Of a child who woke up one day and found that the person he most depended on was simply gone. In Season 7, in an episode called Mother Simpson, the show revealed that the loss was a lie. Homer was not motherless. Mona Simpson was alive. She had been alive the entire time. The grave Abe showed him was a fraud, the headstone of a poet named Walt Whitman, appropriated for a fiction that Abe constructed and maintained for reasons the episode eventually reveals. Mona had not died. She had disappeared. There's a significant difference. The episode's backstory reaches back to 1969. Mona Simpson was, by that point, what she would have appeared to be from the outside, a Springfield housewife. Married to Abe, mother to young Homer, living an ordinary domestic life in a town that was already, even then, organized around the economic gravity of Charles Montgomery Burns. The late 1960s were a particular moment in American history. The counterculture was pushing against institutions that many people believed had stopped serving the public interest. Protest movements were changing the terms of political conversation. And Mona, who had grown up in Springfield and understood the nature of its primary employer better than most of its residents seemed to want to, was radicalized. She joined a group of activists. The show calls them hippies, with the gentle condescension the show often applies to people who challenge power before the challenge becomes a historical achievement. But what they did was specific, and the target was real. Burns was operating a biological weapons laboratory, a facility in Springfield, in the same town where Homer was growing up, where children were playing and families were living their lives and nobody was told, designed to produce weaponized pathogens. Mona and her group broke into the facility. They detonated what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, destroying the biological agent stored inside. During the chaos of the raid, Mona paused to help someone who had been knocked down. That someone was Burns. She stopped to help the man whose weapons she was destroying, and Burns saw her face. The FBI was notified. From that moment, Mona was a fugitive. She couldn't go home. She couldn't contact Abe. She couldn't hold Homer and explain to him what had happened and why she was going. She kissed her sleeping son goodbye and walked out of his life, not because she chose to leave him, but because staying would have put him in the path of the same forces that were now hunting her. Homer woke up and his mother was gone. Abe told him she was dead, and Homer spent the next 27 years of his life carrying the specific devastation of believing that he was the kind of son a mother would rather die than raise. That there was something fundamentally wrong with him that made people leave. He never questioned this belief. He couldn't, because the evidence he was given was the evidence of a grave. Here's the conspiracy that the Mother Simpson storyline builds toward. Burns didn't just identify Mona to the FBI. He pursued her, personally, actively, for decades. Burns maintained a personal grudge against a woman who had destroyed his weapons program, and he used his resources and his connections to ensure she could never safely return to her family. When Mona comes back to Springfield in Season 7, Burns spots her through a cab window and calls the authorities. Mona has to flee again. Homer has to watch his mother leave for the second time, and this time he knows why. He knows who forced her out. He knows that the man responsible is his own employer. And Homer doesn't do anything about it. Not because he doesn't feel it. The episode makes clear that he feels it deeply. But Homer cannot hold two things in his mind at once well enough to connect them into a course of action. The man who signs his paycheck and the man who destroyed his family are the same person, and Homer's brain, impaired as it is by the combination of the crayon in his frontal lobe and decades of exposure to Springfield's contaminated environment, cannot process that equation into any response beyond the dull, familiar weight of a man who keeps going to work because going to work is all he knows how to do. Burns engineered this outcome. Burns didn't just take Homer's mother. Burns set in motion the conditions that would produce exactly the kind of broken, dependent, cognitively limited adult that Burns needed in Sector 7G. A man who grew up without the emotional stability a mother provides, who developed the specific psychological signatures of maternal abandonment, who would accept degrading treatment from his employer because the alternative, losing his job and the family stability it maintained, activated a terror in him that went deeper than rational calculation. Burns needed someone in the safety inspector role who would not look too closely at what was happening, who would not ask questions, who would not organize resistance, who would simply keep going to work, day after day, decade after decade, regardless of what the job was actually doing. Homer's emotional damage was Burns's operational requirement. And Burns, knowingly or through the accumulation of self-serving decisions that produced that outcome regardless of intent, was responsible for creating it. The show goes even further. In a later season, it's revealed that Abe, Simpson, and Burns struck a deal. Burns had committed a crime, something Abe became aware of. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns guaranteed Homer a permanent position at the plant. No matter how many mistakes Homer made, no matter how many times the rational outcome of his performance review would have been termination, the deal protected him. The deal kept Homer employed. And keeping Homer employed kept Homer dependent, kept him inside the Burns economy, kept him at the control panel of a failing reactor in Sector 7G, where his presence ensured the violations continued and the radiation kept leaking, and the water stayed contaminated, and the town that Burns owned remained cognitively incapable of recognizing what was being done to it. 3 generations of the Simpson family. Abe, who made a deal with the person destroying his family because survival seemed more achievable than justice. Mona, who fought back and lost everything for it, who spent 27 years as a fugitive for the crime of destroying a biological weapons program that shouldn't have existed. And Homer, who inherited the consequences of both his parents' relationships with Burns without ever being given the information that would allow him to understand what those consequences were or why he bore them. Mona died in a later season. The episode depicted it without comedy, without a cutaway, without the normal cartoon insulation that The Simpsons uses to soften its emotional beats. Homer sat beside her. He held her hand. He watched the mother he barely knew slip away for the last time. The episode sat with that moment in a way the show rarely sits with anything. The weight of the 27 years they didn't have together was present in the scene without being stated. And then the show continued. Burns continued, the power plant continued, the water continued to be contaminated, and Homer continued to go to work, and the loop continued, as it always does in Springfield. Burns won. Burns always wins. Not because he is smarter than everyone around him, though he often is. Not because he is more ruthless, though he consistently is. Burns wins because he controls the infrastructure that the town depends on, and because he began dismantling the potential opposition before the opposition could organize. He did it to Mona. He did it, indirectly, to Homer. He built a system in which the people most affected by what he was doing were the least capable of recognizing it. That is the deepest and most coherent conspiracy in the show's history. Not a dramatic plan with a villain's monologue. Just the slow, patient application of wealth and influence to ensure that nothing would ever fundamentally change. The power plant is still running. The water is still contaminated. Homer is still in Sector 7G. Burns is still alive. And somewhere in the town, under a headstone that doesn't have her name on it, the cost of all of this is written in a life that was lived in hiding. Section 8. The Principal and the Pauper Springfield's Social Contract with Denial. Ranking. Among the most analytically honest episodes in the show's run. The theory it supports is probably true about Springfield and possibly true about everywhere. Season 9, Episode 2. The Principal and the Pauper. It aired on the 28th of September, 1997, and the backlash was immediate and sustained, and has not fully subsided in the 28 years since. Fans called it the episode where The Simpsons went wrong. Critics called it a betrayal of the show's continuity. Harry Shearer, who provides the voice of both Skinner and Burns, publicly expressed his unhappiness with the storyline. It is consistently ranked among the worst episodes in the series, and its reputation has, if anything, hardened over time into a kind of shorthand for the moment the show stopped caring about its own internal logic. The episode deserves a more careful look. Not because its reputation is unearned in every dimension, but because what it actually shows you, under the frustration of its handling and the legitimate critique of how it was executed, is something that might be the most important single episode in the show's history for understanding what Springfield actually is. Here's what happens. Springfield Elementary holds an event honoring Principal Skinner's 20 years of service. While the community is gathered to celebrate the man they've known as their school's principal for 2 decades, a stranger arrives. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war, who survived, who escaped, and who came home to discover that someone else had taken over his life. The man Springfield has known as Principal Skinner, the rigid, slightly tragic figure who has been navigating his own anxieties about his mother and his memories and his career for 9 seasons, is revealed to be an imposter. His real name is Armen Tamzarian. He was, before the war, a petty criminal. A kid without prospects or family or any particular reason to expect that his future would be better than his present. He was drafted, sent to Vietnam, placed in the same unit as the real Skinner. When Skinner was captured and presumed dead, Tamzarian felt the guilt that sometimes attaches itself to survivors in situations of shared danger. He went to Springfield to tell Skinner's mother what had happened. Agnes Skinner assumed he was her son, and Tamzarian, who had never been wanted by anyone, who had never had an identity worth inhabiting, let her believe it. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name and the rank and the mother and the life and the career. He built something real inside that stolen identity, a version of himself that was better than Armen Tamzarian had ever been able to manage on his own. And he maintained it for 20 years, until the real Skinner walked through the door. The truth is exposed fully. Everyone in Springfield knows what happened. The real Skinner is standing in the room. Tamzarian's imposture is not a theory or a rumor. It's confirmed, witnessed, and unambiguous. And then Springfield does something remarkable. The town holds a meeting. They consider their options. And they vote. Not on whether to prosecute Tamzarian, not on whether to restore the real Skinner's identity. They vote on whether to acknowledge the truth at all. The verdict is unanimous. They choose the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree that Tamzarian is, from this moment forward, the real Seymour Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the veteran who survived a prisoner of war camp and came home to find his life inhabited by someone else, is tied to a railroad car and physically removed from Springfield. And the judge makes it explicitly illegal, under penalty of what the show describes as torture, to ever mention the events of the episode again. Let that settle for a moment. A community looked directly at the truth, had the truth confirmed in the most unambiguous way possible, and chose to legally enshrine the lie instead. They didn't just forget what had happened. They made forgetting mandatory. They made truth-telling a crime. They exiled the physical embodiment of the truth from their community by force. The fan reaction to this episode focused on the betrayal of Skinner's character, on the irreversible dazzle of psychology, had been built over 9 seasons only to be revealed as fictional within the show's own universe. These are legitimate criticisms about how the episode was handled. The show did undermine a character that many people had invested in, but the episode was also doing something that the show has never done as explicitly before or since. It was showing you the mechanism, the specific machinery of Springfield's collective denial. It took the process that usually happens off-screen, between episodes, silently, without acknowledgement, the process by which Springfield forgets catastrophes and resets to baseline and moves on as if the previous disaster never occurred, and it showed you that process operating in real time. It showed you the vote, it showed you the decree, it showed you the railroad car. Springfield has experienced events, across its history, that should permanently alter its reality. The dome, the near-nuclear meltdowns, the biological weapons laboratory that Mona Simpson destroyed, the three-eyed fish, the federal government's classification of the town as an environmental hazard. Events that would, in any real community, generate sustained consequences, investigations, systemic changes. In Springfield, every one of these events is followed, by the next episode, by a return to exactly what things were before. No aftermath, no sustained consequences. The slate wiped clean. The standard explanation for this is episodic storytelling. It's a cartoon. It doesn't have a continuity engine that tracks consequences across episodes. Each episode is self-contained. That's just how these shows work. The Principal and the Pauper says something different. It says Springfield resets not because the show fails to maintain continuity, but because the community actively chooses to reset. Because the people of Springfield understand, at some level that isn't quite conscious, that maintaining the agreed-upon version of reality is essential to the town's stability. That acknowledging what's actually happening, the contamination, the corruption, the billionaire who remembers events from before their grandparents were born, would require a reckoning that the town's social and economic structure cannot survive. So they vote to forget. They make forgetting legal, they make truth-telling criminal, and anyone who insists on the truth, who shows up in Springfield with the actual facts of what happened and refuses to participate in the collectively maintained fiction, gets exiled, tied to a train and removed. The real Seymour Skinner was Springfield's most explicit canary in the coal mine. He arrived with evidence that the official story was false. He had the irrefutable proof of his own existence and identity. And the community's response wasn't to thank him, to make right what had been done, to restore what was taken. The community's response was to make his truth illegal and put him on a train out of town. That's not a comedy beat, even if it was presented as one. That's the show articulating, as directly as it ever has, the social mechanism that allows Springfield to keep functioning despite the evidence that it is fundamentally broken. The town doesn't forget by accident. The town doesn't forget because its residents are stupid or inattentive or too busy to notice. The town forgets because remembering would require confronting Burns. Confronting Burns would destabilize the economy. Destabilizing the economy would mean the end of the town as it currently exists. And so the community has developed, over decades or possibly longer, a reflexive and collective capacity to process threatening truths as things that didn't happen. The connection to the radiation theory is precise. A population with documented neurological damage from chronic radiation exposure would be predisposed to exactly this kind of cognitive pattern. The difficulty maintaining critical awareness, the tendency to return to baseline despite overwhelming evidence that the baseline is wrong, the specific inability to sustain the kind of alarm that would be appropriate to the situation. These are symptoms of exactly the kind of long-term neurological insult that the Springfield nuclear power plant has been delivering to its surrounding population for decades. The connection to the coma theory is darker. If Homer is dreaming, if the post-1993 episodes are all the product of an unconscious mind running simulations, then the principal and the pauper becomes a scene that Homer's dreaming brain constructed to explain something it already understood at a level below language. Homer's coma is itself a lie that has been given the force of official reality. Homer's family believes he woke up. The dream insists he woke up, but he didn't. And the dreaming brain, which knows the truth even as it participates in the fiction, invented a story about a town voting to sustain a lie, because that's the metaphor for what it's doing to itself. Every moment it keeps the simulation running. The Principal and the Pauper isn't the worst episode of The Simpsons, despite its reputation. It's the episode that shows you the infrastructure of the show's reality most clearly. It stripped away the comedy cover and showed you the bare mechanism. And the reason fans reacted with such force was not only that a beloved character was damaged, it was that what they saw under the hood was uncomfortable in a way that's hard to fully articulate, because what they saw was recognizable. Small communities do this. Real ones. They bury uncomfortable truths. They enforce shared fictions. They treat inconvenient witnesses as problems to be managed, rather than sources of information to be processed. The Principal and the Pauper didn't invent a mechanism specific to cartoons. It just put a very clear frame around one that exists everywhere, and asked the audience to watch it operate without the usual cover of comedy to soften the view. The real Seymour Skinner is still out there somewhere, on a train, headed away from his life. The last honest man in a town where honesty was made illegal. And in Springfield, nobody talks about it anymore. Because they're not allowed to. Section 9. The Simpsons predictions. What actually explains them, and why the truth is stranger than the conspiracy. Ranking. The supernatural version is false. The real explanation is more interesting. By now you've heard about the predictions. If you've spent any time on the internet in the last decade, you've encountered at least a few of them. In 2000, an episode showed Lisa Simpson becoming president and referenced her predecessor as Donald Trump. Trump won the presidency 16 years later. In 1995, the show depicted a device resembling a modern smartwatch. In 1998, Homer inadvertently wrote an equation that appeared to predict the mass of the Higgs boson particle, which physicists confirmed experimentally in 2012. In 1993, an episode depicted a flu pandemic originating in Asia, spreading to Springfield, causing panic buying and a frantic search for treatment. That episode aired 27 years before COVID, 19. In 1996, a joke episode featured Cypress Hill performing with the London Symphony Orchestra. In 2024, Cypress Hill actually performed with the London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall. In 1998, the show depicted Disney acquiring 20th Century Fox. Disney completed that acquisition in 2019. The list goes on. The internet's relationship with this list is the thing that needs to be examined, because the internet's relationship with it is the thing that determines what the list actually means. When a new Simpsons prediction comes to light, the cycle is predictable. A screenshot or clip from an old episode surfaces. Someone posts it alongside the real-world event it appears to anticipate. The screenshot circulates. People respond with the specific mixture of amusement and unease that the juxtaposition creates. Comments accumulate asking how the show knew. Theories are proposed. The most common theories involve time travel, a writing staff with access to classified information, or the unsettling possibility that The Simpsons is, in some way that no one can quite articulate, a prophetic text. The show's own producers have addressed this repeatedly, and their answer is consistent. Al Jean, who has been an executive producer since the show's earliest seasons, has described the phenomenon as simply a matter of volume. The show has produced nearly 800 episodes across 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, observations, satirical extrapolations, and references to current events and future possibilities. When you generate that volume of content over that span of time, some portion of it will align with future events through the ordinary operation of probability. You throw enough darts at a large enough target for long enough, and some of them hit places you weren't aiming at. Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its most celebrated seasons, has put it even more plainly. The show doesn't predict things. It depicts things that history repeats, and the repetition looks like prediction to people who notice the earlier instance. Fact-checking organizations have gone through the most prominent predictions carefully and found that most of them have explanations that are simpler and less dramatic than they appear. The Trump prediction didn't require any special knowledge of the future. Trump had been publicly flirting with running for president since the late 1980s. He made noise about it at regular intervals throughout the 1990s. The writers of a satirical show about American culture in the year 2000 didn't need to predict that Trump might one day run for president. They just needed to notice that he'd been talking about it for a decade and extrapolate to a logical, absurd conclusion. That's what satire does. The Disney-Fox prediction doesn't require prophecy either. Media consolidation was accelerating throughout the 1990s, and the trend was visible to anyone paying attention. A show staffed by highly educated observers of American economic and cultural patterns, depicting a giant entertainment corporation swallowing its competitor, wasn't a prediction. It was a satirical observation about a trend that was already in motion. The Higgs boson equation is the prediction that physicists have looked at most carefully. The consensus among those who've examined it is that Homer's blackboard equation in the episode in question does bear a coincidental resemblance to a calculation related to the Higgs mass, but the specific claim that the show predicted the boson's mass is an overstatement of what the equation actually shows. It's a coincidence that becomes more interesting the more carefully you look at it, but it's still a coincidence. The writing staff of The Simpsons has historically been one of the most educationally distinguished in television. Multiple writers hold degrees from Harvard, Yale, and comparable institutions. Several have backgrounds in mathematics, physics, computer science, and political theory. These are people who read extensively, think analytically about trends, and spend their professional lives looking for the logical extension of current conditions into future absurdity. They're not guessing randomly. They're making educated extrapolations from real data. And educated extrapolations made by smart people from real data turn out to be correct more often than chance would predict. That's the rational explanation. It's probably the right one for most of the predictions on the list. But there's a version of the prediction phenomenon that doesn't quite collapse into the rational explanation, and it's worth understanding on its own terms. The Trump prediction was not just a general observation that celebrity politicians exist. It named Trump specifically. It showed a visual that closely mirrors his 2015 campaign announcement, including the escalator descent. That's specific enough that the rational explanation, while still the most likely one, doesn't feel entirely adequate. The specificity of some of the predictions, the level of detail and the alignment between the show's depiction and the real-world event, is occasionally high enough to create genuine unease, even in people who understand the probability math. And here's where the more interesting version of the prediction theory lives. Not the version that says the show's writers are time travelers or have access to classified information. The version that says The Simpsons has been running for so long, has been so deeply embedded in American cultural consciousness for so many decades, that it has developed an unusual relationship with the future it depicts. The show doesn't predict the future by seeing it in advance. It shapes the future by normalizing things before they happen. When The Simpsons makes a joke about Trump becoming president in 2000, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people see it. It becomes a reference point. It circulates as a shorthand for absurd possibilities in American politics. And when Trump actually announces his candidacy 15 years later, the cultural response is filtered for a significant portion of the audience through the memory of having already seen this depicted as a comedy premise. The idea of Trump as president doesn't arrive as pure shock. It arrives with the slightly familiar quality of something you've encountered in a different context, processed as satire, and then watched materialize. The Simpsons didn't predict the Disney-Fox merger. It made media consolidation feel like a punchline before it happened, and when it happened, the cultural response was recognition rather than shock. Of course they merged. The Simpsons already told us that was coming. That's a subtle but real form of influence. A show that has been depicting the future as absurd satire for 36 years, with sufficient reach and cultural penetration to shape how millions of people understand their contemporary reality, participates in the future it depicts, not by determining outcomes, but by preparing the cultural imagination for them, by making things feel inevitable before they happen, by writing the punchline in advance and then, when reality arrives at the punchline, generating the specific quality of recognition that looks, from the outside, like prophecy. Springfield doesn't reflect America. America has spent 36 years becoming more like Springfield. The corrupt billionaire who owns the essential infrastructure. The government, too, captured by that billionaire to effectively regulate him. The population too distracted or too cognitively overwhelmed to mount sustained resistance. The endless cycle of catastrophe and reset. The collective amnesia that allows the same mistakes to repeat without consequence. The show wrote these conditions down as satire at a time when they were tendencies rather than full expressions. And as the tendencies became realities, the satire started looking like reporting. There's also the confirmation bias element, which the rational explanation rightly emphasizes but which is worth understanding in its full scope. The predictions that didn't come true vastly outnumber the ones that did. The Simpsons has made jokes about jetpacks, moon colonies, specific political outcomes that went differently, cultural shifts that never materialized, technologies that were imagined and abandoned. Nobody screenshots those. Nobody builds internet threads around the times the show got it wrong. Confirmation bias operates by selecting the hits and discarding the misses. And when you apply confirmation bias to 800 episodes over 36 years, the resulting highlight reel looks like prophecy even when the underlying hit rate is modest. What the prediction phenomenon actually demonstrates, more than anything else, is the show's longevity and its saturation of American cultural consciousness. A show with 100 episodes couldn't generate this phenomenon even with a higher hit rate, because there wouldn't be enough material. A show with the same number of episodes that wasn't culturally embedded in the same way couldn't generate it either, because the screenshots wouldn't circulate. The Simpsons predictions are impressive not because the writers see the future, but because the show has been running for so long, has reached so many people, and has been absorbed so deeply into the way Americans understand their own culture that its observations accumulate enough mass to look, eventually, like foreknowledge. Even knowing how it works, it's still impressive to watch. 800 episodes, 36 years, thousands of satirical observations, and enough moments of apparent prescience to keep the internet busy for another decade at least. The show's writers probably knew some things that weren't public yet, the way all smart, well-connected people who pay close attention know things that aren't in the news yet. They probably also got lucky more than average, because you can't spend 36 years writing jokes about the direction of American culture without occasionally landing on something that turns out to be exactly right. But mostly they were just reading the present more carefully than most people do, and pushing it a few steps forward. It's a skill. It's a remarkable skill. But it's not prophecy. It's something almost more impressive. It's 36 years of paying attention. Section 10. Where is Springfield the geographic impossibility, and what it means? Ranking. The deliberate ambiguity is confirmed. The deeper meaning of that ambiguity is the more interesting question. Every state in the continental United States has at some point been proposed, with evidence, as the location of Springfield. Every single one. There are fan essays dedicated to making the case for Oregon, for Illinois, for Nevada, for Kentucky, for Connecticut, for states that seem geographically impossible given the show's various depictions of Springfield's climate and coastline. And every one of those essays can find evidence in the show to support its argument, and every one of them can find other episodes that flatly contradict it. This is not an accident. Let's establish the basic facts of Springfield's geography as the show presents them, because the contradictions are not subtle. Springfield has oceanfront access. It also has mountain ranges within driving distance. It has desert terrain in some episodes and tropical weather patterns in others. It borders, depending on which episode you're watching, the states of Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky. It has been depicted as being near the Canadian border and near Mexico. It has a harbor, a gorge, a tire fire, mountains, forests, and what appears to be active volcanic geography in at least one episode. No actual American municipality has all of these geographic features simultaneously. The physical landscape the show ascribes to Springfield is impossible. It could not exist as a single location in the actual United States because the geographic features it possesses are separated in the real world by hundreds or thousands of miles and by entirely different climatic zones. Matt Groening, the show's creator, addressed the question of Springfield's location in a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine. He said he named the town after Springfield, Oregon, the town near Portland where he grew up. He said he chose the name Springfield specifically because it was one of the most common city names in America, appearing in dozens of states, which meant the show could claim plausible deniability about any specific location. For approximately 48 hours after that interview, the mystery appeared to be solved. Groening had confirmed it. Springfield was in Oregon. Case closed. Then the show continued producing episodes that placed Springfield in geographic contexts entirely inconsistent with Oregon. The writers didn't alter their approach. The contradictions didn't stop. The revelation of Springfield's inspiration left the question of Springfield's location exactly as open as it had always been, because the show was never actually depicting Springfield, Oregon. It was depicting something the inspiration gave a name but not a nature. The show's official position, confirmed by multiple writers and producers over the years, is that Springfield's ambiguous location is deliberate and will never be definitively resolved. The town is designed to be the town that any American viewer could recognize as their own, regardless of where they actually live. A Springfield that could be placed precisely on a map would belong to people from that region. A Springfield that can't be placed belongs to everyone. That's the surface explanation. It's honest, and it's probably the primary reason the ambiguity was built in. But the surface explanation doesn't fully account for the specific ways the ambiguity has been maintained, the particular care that has gone into keeping Springfield's location irresolvable across 36 years of storytelling by hundreds of different writers. The degree of effort involved in maintaining the ambiguity is itself interesting. Writers have been actively checking each other's work for decades to ensure that no episode settles the question. Location clues are introduced and then contradicted. Episodes that seem to narrow things down are followed by episodes that reopen the question. The geography is not just left vague, it is actively, persistently kept impossible. And an actively maintained impossibility is a choice. A choice that has been renewed continuously by every writer who has worked on the show. It's not laziness or oversight. It's a decision, repeated across hundreds of episodes and dozens of creative teams, to keep Springfield free of cartographic definition. The Behind the Laughter episode, the show's 12th season mockumentary about the Simpsons as a real family, contains what might be the most honest joke about the location question. Springfield's location is identified in one version of the episode as Northern Kentucky. In the syndicated reruns, the location was changed to a different state entirely. The answer literally changed depending on which version you watched. Even when the show gave you a definitive location, it immediately undermined the definitiveness by providing a different answer in a different context. The joke, if it's a joke, is that even when Springfield has an address, the address isn't reliable. Under the theories we've been discussing throughout this video, the geographic impossibility of Springfield takes on layers of meaning that the surface explanation doesn't capture. If the radiation theory is correct, if Springfield is a contaminated zone where the laws of biology have been distorted by decades of nuclear exposure, there's no particular reason to expect geography to obey its normal rules either. The radiation theory proposes that something about Springfield's environment has fundamentally altered the physical and biological reality of the town. The mutations aren't limited to individual organisms. They're expressed in the behavior of the population, in the town's collective amnesia, in its unusual relationship with consequence and time. Why would the physical landscape be exempt from the same distortion? If mountains and coastline and desert are simultaneously accessible from Springfield, the radiation theory would say that's consistent with a place where the normal organizing principles of physical reality have been loosened. Springfield doesn't have impossible geography because the writers didn't care about accuracy. It has impossible geography because something about being Springfield makes geography impossible. If the coma theory is correct, the geographic impossibility is almost trivially explained. Dreams don't have geographic logic. They have emotional logic. They have the logic of the dreamer's accumulated impressions and longings and fears. Homer has seen mountains and oceans and deserts at various points in his life. On vacations, on television, in movies. His dreaming brain doesn't map these landscapes accurately. It overlays them, combines them, places them all within accessible distance of the family home because in the dream, the world is organized around what Homer needs rather than around what is actually possible. Homer's Springfield has every kind of American landscape because Homer's unconscious mind has absorbed impressions of every kind of American landscape, and in the dream, there's no reason why any of them should be far away. The dream assembles the world from available material without regard for whether that material is geographically consistent. If the principle and the Popper theory is correct, Springfield's geographic uncertainty serves a very specific practical function. You can't investigate a town you can't find. You can't hold a nuclear facility's owners legally accountable if the jurisdiction where the facility operates is permanently undefined. You can't send a consistent regulatory authority to examine a community's environmental conditions if the community's location shifts between your previous visit and this one. Springfield floats between states because floating is safer than landing. Landing means accountability. Landing means someone with a federal badge and a map can point at the power plant and say, "This is in our jurisdiction and we have the authority to act on what we find here." As long as Springfield is everywhere and nowhere, as long as the state line it crosses changes from episode to episode, the regulatory framework that would normally apply to a facility like Burns's plant can never quite get its arms around the situation. This might be the most cynical reading of the geography question, and it's also probably the least literally intended by the show's creators. But it fits with something real about how some real facilities and some real communities have historically avoided regulatory scrutiny. Jurisdictional uncertainty is a genuine tool in the arsenal of entities that prefer not to be examined too closely. Spreading operations across jurisdictional lines, maintaining ambiguity about which authority has primacy, using the complexity of regulatory boundaries to delay and frustrate oversight, these are tactics, not cartoons. Springfield's geography might be a joke about all of this at once. A town that can't be located is a town that can't be regulated. And a town that can't be regulated is a perfect home for a nuclear power plant with 342 violations. The question of where Springfield is will never be answered definitively. That's the show's commitment. And it's been upheld consistently enough to count as a real commitment rather than just a recurring failure to settle the question. Springfield is everywhere and nowhere. It's your town and my town and every town that has ever had a billionaire employer and a contaminated water supply and a population too busy surviving to ask the questions that most need to be asked. The show made this choice because it wanted Springfield to be universally relatable, but it had the side effect of making Springfield genuinely universal. Not just relatable to people from different places, actually belonging to all of them. A piece of American cultural geography that exists in the imagination of everyone who has ever watched it, located wherever they needed it to be. That's a strange kind of power for a fictional town to have. And it's probably why, after 36 years, nobody has stopped looking for it on the map. Section 11. Hans Moleman's Death Cycle and Ned Flanders' Psychological Cage. Ranking. Two of the show's most quietly disturbing subplots, both with more evidence behind them than they appear to have. Hans Moleman dies a lot. This statement is so familiar to anyone who has watched The Simpsons with any regularity that it barely registers as unusual anymore. Yes, Moleman dies. He gets hit by cars, crushed by objects, buried in soil, incinerated, eaten by wildlife, and struck by falling things with a frequency that would be alarming if it didn't happen on such a consistent schedule that it has simply become part of the expected texture of Springfield. Moleman dies and then he's back in the next episode, completely undamaged, ready to die again. The show acknowledges the pattern occasionally in the way you acknowledge a running gag, which is to say it winks at the audience without offering any explanation. But Hans Moleman is not just a running gag when you look at him carefully. He is, in the context of the theories we've been discussing, one of the strangest characters in the show's history. Start with his age. Moleman, in one canonical episode, states that he is 31 years old. 31. Look at him. He appears to be in his 80s. His skin is deeply creased. He is nearly blind. He moves with the deliberate care of someone whose body has become uncertain and unreliable. He is, physically, a man in extreme old age. But the show tells you he's 31. If Moleman is telling the truth, Something aged him catastrophically and prematurely. Something took a man in the middle of his life and transformed him into the physical appearance of someone who should be 80 years past it. Something that also, apparently, altered his relationship with mortality in ways that allow him to die repeatedly and return without explanation. The radiation theory has a clear account of this. Molman is the Springfield resident most visibly affected by the power plant's contamination. Not in the way most residents are affected, through the slow accumulation of mutations and cognitive changes that unfold over decades. Molman appears to have received an acute dose or a sustained high-level exposure that compressed decades of biological aging into a short period while simultaneously producing the kind of cellular changes that allow him to survive and recover from injuries that would be definitively fatal to a normal person. His death cycle isn't a cartoon gag in this reading. It's the most extreme example of what the radiation does to Springfield's residents. It killed Molman in a different way than it's killing everyone else. It aged him prematurely and profoundly while simultaneously making him, in some biological sense, unkillable. He can be destroyed. He has been destroyed dozens of times in ways that should be permanent, but the cellular reconstruction that the radiation has produced in him is sufficient to reconstitute his biological function even after what should be fatal trauma. This is, medically speaking, the extreme version of the hypothesis the radiation theory proposes for Homer. Homer's body is difficult to destroy because the radiation has adapted it toward resilience. Molman's body takes this further, much further. Molman doesn't just endure damage. Molman dies and comes back. The question is what the difference between Homer and Molman represents. Different exposure levels? Different genetic predispositions? Different points in their lives when the exposure was most intensive? The coma theory has a less biological and more structurally interesting reading of Molman. In a dreaming mind generating a simulation of Springfield, background characters are maintained with less cognitive investment than primary characters. Homer cares deeply about Marge, Bart, Lisa, Maggie. He has detailed memories of them. He maintains them with full internal consistency in the dream. But Hans Molman is a peripheral figure, someone Homer knew by sight but not well. The dreaming brain generates him as a presence in the dream without investing heavily in his maintenance. He laps in and out of consistent existence. He can be destroyed in one episode and restored in the next because the dreaming mind doesn't track his continuity with the same care it tracks the people Homer loved. Molman is furniture in the dream, useful furniture that helps the simulation feel populated, but furniture that the unconscious mind feels free to break and replace without ceremony. The collective denial reading connects Molman to the principle and the pauper's central insight. A man dies repeatedly, publicly, in front of witnesses, and nobody investigates. Nobody holds anyone responsible. Nobody asks how he keeps coming back. The town has normalized Molman's death cycle the same way it has normalized everything else that should be alarming, through the ongoing collective agreement not to look at things that would, if looked at directly, require a response that nobody in Springfield is positioned to provide. Three-eyed fish, a glowing billionaire in the woods, a principal who isn't who he says he is, a baby who shot a man, and a tiny old man who dies every few weeks and keeps showing up for more. All of these are filed under the same category in Springfield's collective consciousness. Things that happen here. Things that are just how things are. Things that the community has agreed, without ever explicitly agreeing, to not find remarkable. Now, Ned Flanders. Ned occupies a different position in Springfield's ecology, and the darkness hiding behind his relentless positivity is more complex than Molman's situation, because it goes deeper into the question of what it actually costs to be good in a place that doesn't reward goodness. On the surface, Ned is everything Homer isn't. He's patient, devout, financially stable, physically fit, emotionally available in a way that Homer simply cannot be. He maintains his property, he's kind to his neighbors, he forgives offenses that, by any objective standard, don't deserve forgiveness. He is a better person than Homer by almost any metric you could name, and the show punishes him for it with a consistency that starts to feel like something other than random bad luck. His wife Maud was killed by a t-shirt cannon at a NASCAR event. The specific chain of events that produced her death traces back to Homer's behavior. Homer was dodging the t-shirts being fired into the crowd. The shirts hit Maud instead. She was knocked from the bleachers and died. Homer's selfishness, expressed in a situation so minor it barely registers as a decision, produced the death of the woman Ned loved. And Ned forgave him, because that's what Ned does. The hurricane episode, where a severe storm destroys Ned's house and the community rebuilds it so badly that it immediately collapses again, contains the most important scene in Ned Flanders' history. When the house falls down, Ned snaps. He stands in the ruins of his home and he screams at the town. Not the cartoon version of losing your temper that the show usually depicts. A real breakdown. He says things he's been holding inside for decades. He insults people, specifically and directly, in ways that land because they're accurate rather than cruel. And then he checks himself into a mental health facility. And what the facility's treatment surfaces is the thing that explains everything about Ned. Ned was a violent child, genuinely, seriously difficult. The kind of child who was unmanageable for parents who weren't equipped to manage him. His parents, being products of a particular generation's cultural moment, didn't believe in discipline, and the result was a child who couldn't regulate his own behavior. They took him to a psychiatrist who spent years conditioning the anger out of him, not through healthy emotional processing. Through behavioral reprogramming so thorough that Ned's natural emotional responses were replaced by the performance of goodness. Ned's kindness is not a character trait. It is a psychological cage. The anger didn't go away. It was suppressed, contained, walled off by decades of conditioning that attached severe internal consequences to any expression of rage. When the conditioning fails, when the hurricane strips away the carefully maintained structure of his performed goodness, what emerges is the accumulation of everything Ned has been holding back. The grief over Maud. The exhaustion of forgiving Homer over and over. The specific loneliness of being the one person in the neighborhood who does everything right and watches the person next door do everything wrong and face no consequences for it. His faith doesn't protect him from this. His faith is, in the show's implicit framing, another form of the same coping mechanism the conditioning created, an external framework that gives meaning to suffering that otherwise has no meaning. God has a plan. Everything happens for a reason. These are the phrases Ned reaches for when the losses accumulate past the point where his conditioning can absorb them on its own. And the show uses the theological framing in a way that's quietly devastating when you notice it. God talks to Homer. In the show's own continuity, Homer has had direct conversations with God on multiple occasions. God appeared to Homer in Homer the Heretic and spoke with him face to face. God has intervened in Homer's life in ways that are unambiguous and canonical. Homer is not a devout man. Homer is barely a functional man. Homer drinks too much and eats too much and neglects his responsibilities and treats his work with a contempt that manifests as a daily risk of nuclear catastrophe for the entire town. Ned has spent his entire adult life in devoted practice of his faith. Every Sunday at church, every prayer said, every commandment honored, every charitable impulse acted on. Ned is, by the standards of his own belief system, exactly the kind of person God should be talking to. God does not talk to Ned. This is not a random outcome. The show has set it up too deliberately for it to be accidental. God gives Homer, the man who falls asleep in church and hasn't read the Bible since childhood, direct conversational access. God gives Ned, the man who has organized his entire life around his faith, silence. The implication is not that God doesn't exist in Springfield's universe. The Springfield Files confirms he does. The implication is that goodness, in Springfield, is not the thing that attracts divine attention. Homer attracts God's attention because Homer is the center of the story, because Homer's life is the thing that matters in Springfield's narrative, because the dream, if you accept the coma theory, is Homer's dream and Homer's God is necessarily the God who appears to Homer. Ned exists in the story not as someone God has chosen, but as someone the story uses as a contrast. He is what happens when a person does everything right in a system that is not organized around rewarding rightness. He is the control condition in an experiment whose hypothesis is that goodness doesn't protect you from Springfield. Homer does everything wrong and survives everything. Ned does everything right and loses his wife, his house, his psychological stability, and his faith's apparent reciprocity. They live next door to each other. They have lived next door to each other for 36 years, and the gap between them has never closed, because the system isn't designed to close it. The system is designed to keep them exactly where they are. Homer at the plant, Ned at the church, Burns at the top, Moleman in the ground, and the loop turning without stopping, without consequence, without resolution. That's Springfield. That's the show underneath the show. And those are two characters, one who can't die and one who can't be angry, who together outline something true about what it costs to live in a system that was never built for the people living inside it. Closing, everything connects, and the loop keeps turning. We've spent a long time in Springfield tonight, more time than we usually spend looking at anything this carefully. And what we've found, going through each of these theories and weighing the evidence behind them, is that the show has been doing something for 36 years that it almost never does explicitly. It's been building a picture of its own world, piece by piece, episode by episode, across thousands of individual stories that adds up to something far more coherent and far more troubling than any individual moment within it suggests. The floating timeline is real, and it tells you that time doesn't work in Springfield. The radiation theory is almost certainly true within the show's own logic and tells you why. The coma theory can't be proven but can't be disproved either, and it explains the rest with the specific elegance of a theory that makes everything make sense. The Burns conspiracy is canonical and shows you who benefits from the arrangement. Maggie's intelligence is depicted directly and consistently and reveals a character who has figured out something about survival in Springfield that the rest of her family hasn't. Mona's story is the most devastating through-line the show has maintained across its history, and it connects Homer's damage directly to the person responsible for it. The principal and the pauper showed you the machinery of the town's collective denial in real time, and the machinery hasn't changed. The predictions are mostly probability and saturation and confirmation bias, but they're impressive anyway. Springfield can't be found on a map because it belongs to everyone. And Hans Moleman keeps dying because Springfield is the kind of place where things that should be permanent aren't, and things that should be temporary last forever. Every one of these theories arrives, by a different path, at the same place. Something is wrong in Springfield. Something structural and deep and not going to be fixed. Something that has been producing the same outcomes for 36 years and will keep producing them for as long as the show runs, because the system that produces them was never designed to produce anything different. The remarkable thing about The Simpsons, the thing that makes it worth this much attention after this many years, is that it has been telling you this the whole time, not through exposition, not through dramatic reveals, through accumulation, through the slow building of a picture that becomes undeniable once you step back far enough to see its full dimensions. The show has never hidden its mysteries. They're all there, in the episodes, in the dialogue, in the visual choices, in the story structures. The reason they look like mysteries rather than obvious truths is that we've been watching the show for so long that we've become acclimated to them. We've normalized the yellow skin and the four fingers and the ageless children and the billionaire who can't die and the town that resets. We've become the people who look at a three-eyed fish and say that's just how things are around here, and mean it without irony. But it isn't how things are. It's how they've been made to be. And the difference matters, even in a cartoon. Maybe especially in a cartoon, because fiction is where we work out what we believe about reality before we have to apply those beliefs to actual situations. Springfield is a mirror. It has been a mirror for 36 years. And what it reflects is not a comfortable picture of American optimism or family resilience, though those things are present in it too. What it reflects, underneath the comedy and the characters and the couch gags, is a particular truth about power and systems and the remarkable human capacity to keep going inside arrangements that were never built with our interests in mind. The Simpsons keeps running because we keep watching. And we keep watching because there's something in Springfield that we recognize, even when we can't name what it is. Something familiar about the way the town works and the way the people inside it cope with how the town works. Maybe Homer's coma is still happening. Maybe the radiation is still doing what radiation does. Maybe Burns is still reading the meters on his weekly treatment and looking out at the town he owns with the particular satisfaction of someone who has been winning the same game for so long that winning has become indistinguishable from simply existing. Maybe all of this is true, simultaneously, in the layered way that the best stories hold multiple truths at once without resolving them into a single answer. Or maybe it's simpler than any of the theories. Maybe Springfield keeps going because the Simpson family, battered and damaged and improbable as they are, keeps finding their way home to each other. Every episode ends with them together. Whatever disaster unfolded, whatever catastrophe occurred, whatever Burns arranged, or the radiation altered, or the dream constructed, the credits roll with the family intact. The house on Evergreen Terrace still has its lights on. Maybe that's the thing the show has been saying all along, underneath every theory and every mystery and every contradiction. That the loop continues not because Burns maintains it or the radiation enables it or the dreaming mind insists on it. The loop continues because the family keeps choosing to come home. And somewhere in a hospital bed in Springfield, or in a real house on a street that can't be found on any map, a man who loves his family more than he can ever quite say keeps the dream running because the alternative is a world where they're not all there at the end of the episode. That's the theory that sits at the center of all the others. The one they're all orbiting without quite reaching. The Springfield mystery that has no dark explanation and no conspiracy behind it. Homer Simpson just doesn't want his family to be over. And so far, after 36 years and 788 episodes, it isn't sleep well. Springfield will be here when you wake up. It always is. End of script. Total estimated word count to 48,000 words. Section breakdown. Intro plus ranking system to 1,200 words. Section 1 floating timeline to 4,800 words. Section 2 coma theory to 4,900 words. Section 3 radiation theory to 5,100 words. Section 4 who shot Mr. Burns to 4,700 words. Section 5 Burns immortality to 4,200 words. Section 6 Maggie's intelligence to 4,400 words. Section 7 Mona Simpson conspiracy to 4,300 words. Section 8 Principal and the Pauper to 4,500 words. Section 9 predictions to 4,100 words. Section 10 where is Springfield to 3,900 words. Section 11 Molman plus Ned Flanders to 4,600 words. Closing to 2,100 words. Extended section the theories in deeper conversation. There is a dimension of the floating timeline worth examining that rarely gets discussed, its effect on the secondary characters who exist in Springfield's orbit. The Simpsons themselves are the most visible example of the temporal freeze, but the implications ripple outward to every person in the town in ways that compound the strangeness considerably. Consider Apu, who works at the Quickie Mart with the dedication of someone who has been there long enough to know every customer's habits. Apu has 8 children, a wife, a history in Springfield, memories of his home country, a complete life story. And Apu does not age either. His 8 children, born as infants on screen, do not grow up. The family he has built remains frozen at the same stage it was when it was first established, which means the show has been depicting children who have been infants for as long as those children have existed in the story. The freeze does not just apply to the core family. It applies to every living thing in Springfield. Children born on the show do not grow up, adults do not age, even animals remain at whatever developmental stage they were introduced at. The total application of this temporal freeze to every living resident, without exception, is what distinguishes it from the ordinary animated show convention. Other long-running animated shows have characters who do not age, but they do not typically introduce new babies who then also fail to age. The Simpsons does this repeatedly. The effect of seeing multiple generations of Springfield's population frozen at the same moment of their development is, when you look at it directly, genuinely strange. The radiation theory extended to cover this full scope is forced to propose something darker than its basic form. The contamination does not just affect the original adult population, it affects the reproductive process itself, ensuring that children born in Springfield are born into the same temporal freeze their parents inhabit. The mutation has become hereditary. Springfield's children are born trapped, born into a frozen moment that will never resolve into a next moment for them. The town does not just fail to age, it fails to produce anything that ages. Every new life in Springfield is born into the same impossible stillness that the original residents inhabit. The coma theory offers a simpler explanation that is, in its own way, even more affecting. Homer's dreaming brain cannot imagine children growing up because it has no reference material for what they would look like grown up. It can only work from what it knew at the moment the coma began. So the children of Springfield, all of them, not just Homer's own, are locked at the ages they were when Homer last saw them because Homer's unconscious mind cannot generate an older version of them. They are frozen not by radiation or mutation or collective agreement. They are frozen by the limits of one man's memory and imagination, maintained at the last age he knew them to be because that is all his sleeping mind has to work with. Both readings arrive at the same picture, a place where the passage of time has been suspended across every living inhabitant through mechanisms that are either physical or psychological or social, but that produce the same result regardless of their origin. Springfield does not age, not any of it, not even the parts that arrived after the freeze began. Now consider what that means for the theories about Burns specifically. Burns has been alive for over a century through artificial means. He is the one character for whom the lack of aging has a stated mechanism within the show's canon, the weekly treatments. The disease equilibrium, the nuclear maintenance that keeps his body running past every natural deadline. What the show depicts as Burns's extraordinary situation might actually be a version of what is happening to every resident of Springfield, just visible in Burns because he has the resources to manage it consciously while everyone else is experiencing it without understanding why. Burns has a medical infrastructure that monitors and maintains his condition. He knows what is keeping him alive. He has people who understand the mechanism and who ensure the mechanism continues to function. The rest of Springfield is experiencing the same temporal suspension without any of that knowledge or infrastructure. They are frozen by the same process that keeps Burns perpetually not dead, except they are experiencing it passively, without choice, without understanding, without any of the elaborate management that Burns's wealth and awareness make possible for him. Burns is the version of Springfield's condition that has been consciously engineered. Everyone else in Springfield is the version that has happened accidentally, through proximity to the same contamination source, without the resources or the awareness to do anything about it. Burns manages his immortality. Springfield endures it. And neither group will ever fully understand the connection between them, because Burns has every incentive to ensure the connection remains invisible. This reading makes Burns's continued presence in Springfield something more than the persistence of a powerful man who has rigged the system in his favor. It makes him the most extreme example of what Springfield does to everyone who lives there. He is what Springfield's conditions produce when applied to someone with a century of resources to work with. Everyone else is what those conditions produce when they have nothing. The theories about Maggie also connect here in ways that become clearer when viewed alongside the Burns framework. If Burns represents the upper limit of what Springfield's conditions can produce in someone with resources and awareness, Maggie represents something different. She represents what those conditions produce in someone who has no resources and no institutional knowledge, but who has something Burns perhaps does not: an intelligence uncompromised by the decades of neurological damage that the contamination has inflicted on the rest of Springfield's population. Maggie is young enough that her brain was still forming when the mutations occurred. Whatever the radiation did to her cognitive development, it did it during the period of maximum neural plasticity, which means the results are different from what the same exposure produces in adults. Homer's brain was formed before the exposure began, then damaged. Maggie's brain was formed in the presence of the exposure, which means the mutations are not damaged to something that existed before. They are the architecture itself, built from the beginning with whatever the contaminated environment provided. This might explain why Maggie's intelligence feels categorically different from Lisa's. Lisa is brilliant by human standards, exceptional in the way that some humans are naturally exceptional. Her ability, the product of genetics and development, and the choices she makes about how to use her mind. Maggie's capabilities feel different in kind, not just in degree. They feel like something that does not map onto the normal spectrum of human intelligence, something that the show struggles to depict within its existing framework, because the framework was designed around characters whose minds, however unusual, operate within recognizable human parameters. Maggie is operating outside those parameters. Whatever the contamination did to her developing brain, it produced something that the show cannot quite categorize because Springfield's world does not have a category for it. She is not smart. She is something else that smart approximates without capturing. And she has spent 36 years making sure that nobody looks closely enough to figure out what that something else actually is. The Coma Theory's version of Maggie is the most emotionally resonant of all the readings. If Homer is dreaming, Then Maggie is Homer's deepest uncertainty made visible. She is the child he knows least, the one he had the least time with before the coma began, the one whose development he cannot predict from the reference material his sleeping mind has access to, because she was so young when the dream started, that there is almost nothing to extrapolate from. So the dream makes her extraordinary. It fills the gap in Homer's knowledge of his youngest child with something that goes beyond what any realistic projection of her development could supply. He cannot imagine who she will become, so he makes her into something that does not need to become anything, something that already is, fully and completely, whatever it is going to be, a baby who is already complete. A child who does not need to grow up because her growing has already happened inside, hidden behind the pacifier and the silence and the enormous eyes that watch everything and miss nothing. Homer's coma dream gave Maggie the gift he could not give her in waking life. The gift of being already whole, already arrived, already everything she needs to be, without requiring the years of living and growing and learning and failing that it takes to become a person in the normal way. In the dream, she skipped all of that. She arrived complete. Because Homer's love for her could not imagine her as anything less than complete, even though he had so little material to work from. That might be the most beautiful and the saddest thing the coma theory produces. The child Homer knows least is the one his dream made most extraordinary, not despite the uncertainty, but because of it. The gap in his knowledge of her became the space where his hope for her could expand without limit, and the dream filled that space with something that no realistic projection of a one-year-old baby would have produced. Maggie is what Homer hoped she might be, expanded to fill everything he did not know about what she actually was. His love for her, with nowhere else to go, became her. And she has been that love, walking around Springfield in a onesie and carrying a pacifier for 36 years. Whether or not that is true in the show's canon, it is true as a reading of the show's emotional logic, and sometimes emotional logic is the only logic that matters. Final thoughts. The loop and the people who turn it. Every theory on this list is different. Every one of them uses different evidence and different logic and different assumptions about what The Simpsons is and what it is trying to say. But every theory arrives at the same place. Something is wrong in Springfield. Something fundamental, something structural, something that goes deeper than animation style, or episodic storytelling, or cartoon logic. Whether it is radiation, or dreams, or denial, or institutional corruption, or the sheer weight of existing for 36 years without being allowed to change, something has broken the normal rules of reality in this town. And the show has been telling us about it since the very first episode. Not through exposition, not through dramatic reveals, through accumulation, through repetition, through the slow, patient layering of detail upon detail until the picture becomes undeniable. The Simpsons is not hiding its mysteries. It is showing them to you every single week. It is just that nobody in Springfield can see them because Springfield will not let them. And nobody in the audience can see them because we have been watching for so long that we have become Springfield. We have accepted the yellow skin and the four fingers and the ageless children and the billionaire who will not die and the town that will not change. We have normalized all of it. The theories exist because some people looked at Springfield and refused to accept the surface. They dug, they connected, they asked the questions the characters cannot ask because the characters are trapped inside the loop. And what they found is a version of Springfield that is stranger and sadder and more beautiful than the one the show presents at face value. A version where Homer's stupidity is a scar left by a system that broke his family before he was old by ZGS, old enough to understand what was happening. Where Maggie's silence is the smartest thing anyone in the family has ever done. Where Burns's immortality is the logical conclusion of unchecked wealth. Where Marge's patience is the foundation that keeps the whole fragile structure standing. Where Bart's rebellion is the only sane response to a world that has stopped making sense. And where Lisa, 8 years old and brilliant and alone, keeps asking questions that nobody wants to answer because she is the only person in Springfield who has not stopped looking. We cannot let them go because they are us, because Springfield is our town, because Homer is our father, and Marge is our mother, and Bart is who we wanted to be, and Lisa is who we should have been, and Maggie is the version of ourselves we keep hidden, watching everything, saying nothing, waiting for the right moment to finally speak. And as long as The Simpsons is on, as long as the loop keeps floating, as long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8, and Homer is stumbling through the door at 5:30 after another day at the plant, we do not have to admit that 36 years have passed, that we are older now, that the world has changed, that the couch we sat on as kids while watching the opening credits is somewhere we cannot get back to. We can sit down, we can turn on the television, and we can go home. The loop keeps turning because we keep turning it. That is the whole theory. That is all of it, reduced to its smallest true form. We kept them. They stayed. Good night. Fall asleep to every Simpsons theory ranked by how true it is. Intro: The Simpsons has been on the air since the 17th of December 1989. 36 seasons, nearly 800 episodes. The longest-running American animated series, the longest-running scripted primetime show in the entire history of television. And in all that time, across every single one of those episodes, nobody in Springfield has aged a single day. That detail, sitting quietly inside a show that has become part of the furniture of American life, is the thread that unravels everything. Because once you start pulling it, once you start asking what it actually means that a family has been frozen in place for 36 years while the world changed around them, you don't find lazy writing on the other end. You find patterns. You find buried storylines. You find theories so internally consistent that the people who make the show have been forced to acknowledge them on the record. Tonight we are going to go through all of them. Every major theory about The Simpsons, ranked by how much the evidence actually supports them. From the ones that are almost certainly true, to the ones that are beautiful and emotionally resonant, and almost certainly not. We will take our time, we will go deep. And by the end, Springfield will look different to you than it did when we started. Get comfortable, let the familiar music play somewhere in the back of your mind, and let's begin. The ranking system. Before we get into the theories themselves, here is how we are ranking them. A theory earns a high ranking not by being dramatic or interesting or emotionally satisfying, though the best theories tend to be all three. It earns a high ranking by being supported by canonical evidence from the show itself, evidence that was put there by writers, not invented by fans looking for patterns in static. The more episodes support a theory directly, without requiring leaps of interpretation, the higher it ranks. Some theories are almost certainly true within the show's own internal logic. Some are probably true. Some are wonderful reading of the show that the evidence supports but doesn't quite prove. And some are beautiful and moving and almost certainly not accurate to anything the writers intended, but are worth discussing because of what they reveal about why we love this show. We will go from the bottom up. The most speculative theories first, the ones that feel most like facts about Springfield last. Section 1. The floating timeline nobody in Springfield ages. Ranking. Almost certainly true, the most provable theory on this list. Let's start with the one that isn't really a theory at all. It's a fact about the show that becomes strange when you stare at it long enough. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when The Simpsons debuted on the 17th of December 1989. He is 10 years old right now, in whatever year you are watching this. Lisa was 8 then. She is 8 now. Homer and Marge were in their mid-30s. They still are. Maggie was 1 year old. She still is. 36 years have passed in the real world. 0 years have passed in Springfield. The industry term for this is a floating timeline. It means the show's present is always the viewer's present. When an episode airs in 2025, the characters are living in 2025. When it aired in 1995, they were living in 1995. The year changes, the technology changes, the cultural references update, but the characters remain frozen at the ages they were when the show began. This is common in long-running animated shows. Most people accept it without question. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has created contradictions so large and so strange that they've started to crack the foundation of the show's internal reality. The most obvious problem is Homer and Marge's backstory. When the show began, their history was grounded in the late 1970s and early 1980s. They met in high school. Their courtship was set during a specific era, with era-appropriate music and fashion and cultural references. Homer's hair, Marge's prom dress. The whole thing was anchored to a time period that made sense for parents in their mid-30s during the late 1980s. But as the floating timeline dragged the present forward, the backstory had to move with it. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they didn't meet in 1980. They met somewhere around 2005, which means their high school experience wasn't defined by Watergate and disco. It was defined by MySpace and early YouTube. The show has depicted this shift explicitly. In later flashback episodes, Homer and Marge's youth has been rewritten to include references to the 1990s, then the 2000s, then the 2010s. Their origin story has been told and retold at least 4 times, each version placing their formative years in a different decade. They were hippies, then they were grunge fans, then they were hipsters, then they were something approximating millennials. The characters are the same. The love story is the same, but the era keeps sliding forward because the timeline demands it. This means Homer and Marge do not have a fixed past. Their history is rewritten every few years to maintain the illusion of a permanent present. Their memories are unstable. Their origin story is a draft that keeps getting revised. And the show treats this as normal because within the logic of a floating timeline, it is normal. Characters do not have histories. They have approximations of histories. Whatever backstory is needed to make the current episode work. Now apply the other theories to this. Every single major theory about The Simpsons converges on this point. Every one of them arrives at the same conclusion through a different path. The coma theory says nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man. The radiation theory says nobody ages because their biology has been mutated by decades of nuclear contamination. The Springfield's collective denial theory says nobody ages because the community has agreed to ignore the truth of time passing. And the Burns immortality theory says at least one person in Springfield has already found a way to cheat death through technology and wealth, which means the concept of aging is already negotiable in this universe. All of these theories are saying the same thing in different languages. Time does not work in Springfield. Not because Springfield is a cartoon, because something about Springfield has broken the normal flow of time for everyone who lives there. The floating timeline is not a production convenience. It is a symptom. The show is telling you that these characters are trapped, locked in a loop, endlessly cycling through variations of the same lives without ever progressing, without ever growing, without ever reaching the conclusion that time should eventually deliver to every living thing. The show has imagined its characters aging. It has done it multiple times. In the season 6 episode Lisa's Wedding, the show flashes forward to show Lisa as a 23-year-old woman engaged to be married. The future it depicts is detailed and specific and emotionally rich. Lisa has grown up. She has become the person the show always suggested she would become. Intelligent, principled, lonely in specific ways, searching for connection in a world that does not quite understand her. The episode proves that The Simpsons can imagine its characters as adults. It can envision their futures. It can tell stories about who they would become if time were allowed to pass, but it chooses not to. The flash forward is a single episode, a what if, a glimpse through a window that immediately closes. Lisa returns to being 8, Bart returns to being 10. The future is locked away, and the permanent present resumes as if the glimpse never happened. The show can imagine growth. It refuses to allow it. There is also a generational dimension to this that deserves attention. Someone who was 10 years old when The Simpsons premiered in 1989 is now in their mid-40s. They have grown up, gone to school, started careers, had families, watched their parents age, experienced the full arc of a life across the show's run. And Bart has remained 10. The viewer has moved forward in time in every possible way. The character has not moved at all. This creates a specific and unusual relationship between viewer and character that very few cultural artifacts can produce. The viewer knows, from the inside of their own lived experience, exactly what Bart's future holds. They have lived it. They have been through their own versions of every age and stage that Bart will never be depicted reaching. There is something in this relationship that the coma theory articulates beautifully, and the radiation theory does not quite capture. The viewer is not just watching a character who does not age. The viewer is watching a character who will never be as old as they currently are, who will never reach the stages of life they have already passed through, who will never experience what they know from the inside of having experienced it. That is a strange position to occupy. It creates a protective quality in the audience's relationship with the show. The Simpsons does not age, the viewers do, and every time you come back to the show, it is a contact with a version of life that is permanently younger than you are, permanently earlier, permanently before the things that time does to people have been done. There is comfort in that. There is something that functions almost like grief in it, if you are willing to sit with it long enough. The floating timeline is not the show's most dramatic theory, but it is the most verifiable. It is built into the DNA of every episode, and it connects to everything else on this list. Nobody in Springfield ages. The question every other theory tries to answer is why. If you are watching this late at night, drop your location and time in the comments. It is always interesting to see where in the world people are settling in for this. And if you are finding this useful for sleep, consider subscribing. There is more where this came from. Section 2. Homer's Coma Theory, the dream that explains everything. Ranking. Probably true within the show's internal logic, the most emotionally resonant theory on this list. On the 1st of April, 1993, the 18th episode of Season 4 aired. It was called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise was straightforward. Bart plays a series of April Fool's pranks on Homer, escalating each time until he takes one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and places it inside an industrial paint shaker. When Homer opens the can, the explosion sends him to the hospital. While Homer is lying in his hospital bed, he sees a vending machine across the room. He tries to get a candy bar. The machine tips over, crushes him, and puts him into a coma. A real coma. Not a cutaway gag. Not a dream sequence. Homer Simpson flatlines and enters a clinically unconscious state that lasts for 7 weeks. The episode ends with Homer seemingly waking up. Bart tearfully confesses at his bedside that the whole thing was his fault, and Homer springs awake and immediately starts strangling his son. The family laughs. Homer laughs. Everything goes back to normal. The show tells you he woke up, but the show also tells you, in the final moments of that same episode, that Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5% gone, destroyed, never coming back. And Homer's response to learning that he is permanently brain damaged is to laugh, even though he says he does not understand why he is laughing. The family finds this charming. Nobody finds it alarming. The episode ends, and The Simpsons continues for 32 more years as if nothing happened. Unless nothing did happen. Unless Homer never woke up at all. This is the Homer coma theory. The single most popular, most debated, and most internally consistent fan theory in the history of The Simpsons. The basic premise is simple. Homer did not wake up from his coma in April 1993. Every single episode that has aired since that date, every storyline, every character development, every guest appearance, every impossible event, is a dream being generated by the comatose mind of a man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General, slowly losing brain function while his family sits beside him and waits for him to open his eyes. The evidence is genuinely unsettling. Let's go through it carefully. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a grounded show, not realistic exactly. It was always a cartoon. But the storylines dealt with recognizable human problems. Homer tries to quit drinking. Marge considers infidelity. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher. Bart struggles with his grades and faces the possibility of being held back a year. These are everyday family problems told through the lens of satire, but rooted in the kind of situations real families actually experience. Financial stress, marital tension, academic failure. The show's emotional core was built on relatable domestic struggles. After the coma, everything changes. The shift is not subtle, it is seismic. Homer goes to space. Mr. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante group. Homer joins a secret society. Homer discovers his mother is a fugitive radical. Homer meets God twice. The show goes from a family sitcom, grounded in economic anxiety, to a show where the main character has met multiple presidents, traveled to dozens of countries, held hundreds of different jobs, befriended countless celebrities, and survived physical trauma that would kill a platoon of Marines. The escalation is so dramatic that even casual fans have noticed the tonal shift. The internet has been debating when The Simpsons got bad for 20 years. The coma theory argues that the answer is precise. The Simpsons did not get bad. Homer's brain got worse. And here is the detail that makes the theory haunt you. 6 months before the coma episode, in the Season 4 premiere Homer the Heretic, Homer has a conversation with God. an actual face-to-face conversation. And during that conversation, God tells Homer that he will learn the meaning of life, but not yet. God says Homer's time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline matches. God told Homer his time was nearly up, and 6 months later, Homer's conscious life ended. What the show presents as a quirky theological gag reads under the coma theory as a prophecy. God was telling Homer that his waking life was about to end, and everything that followed would be the dream of a dying man, desperately trying to hold on to his family. The aging problem connects here with particular elegance. The coma theory has the simplest, most emotionally devastating answer to why nobody in Springfield ages. Nobody ages because they exist inside the mind of a man who went to sleep in April 1993 and never woke up. Of course, his children do not age. His unconscious brain cannot imagine them growing up because he was not there to see it happen. His wife does not age because the last time he saw her, she looked exactly like that. His friends do not change because his memory of them is frozen at the moment the vending machine fell. Homer's coma dream preserves his world exactly as it was on the day he lost it. Because that is what comas do to the mind. They lock you in place. They freeze the world at the last moment you experienced it. And every episode since April 1993 is Homer's brain running simulations of a life he is no longer living, using the only reference material it has, the world as it existed on the day he went under. The celebrity appearances make sense under this theory too. Homer's coma brain, receiving ambient stimuli from the hospital room, processes sounds from televisions in nearby rooms, conversations happening at his bedside, the radio. It hears names and voices and cultural references, and it incorporates them into the dream. That is why later seasons are flooded with celebrity guest appearances. It is not that Springfield became a magnet for famous people. It is that Homer's brain is absorbing fragments of external media and weaving them into his dream world. Every celebrity who shows up in Springfield is actually a voice Homer heard through the fog of unconsciousness, translated into a dream character by a brain trying desperately to keep the simulation running. The show itself acknowledged this theory. In season 34, the episode Lisa the Boy Scout includes a deliberately leaked fake deleted scene in which Homer wakes up from a long coma, revealing that every outlandish episode was just a dream. The show's writers created this as a direct reference to the fan theory. They animated it. They showed it to the audience and then said, "Just kidding, it is not real, it was a hoax scene planted by hackers." But the fact that they made it at all tells you something. The writers know about the theory. They have engaged with it. They have acknowledged that it holds together. And their denial, their insistence that Homer is not in a coma, came wrapped inside an episode that explicitly depicted Homer waking up from a coma. They showed you the truth and told you it was a joke, and the audience laughed, just like Homer laughed when he was told he had lost 5% of his brain. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory directly in 2015. He said, "It is not true." He dismissed it as fan speculation, but here is what Al Jean did not address. He did not explain why nobody ages. He did not explain the tonal shift after season 4. He did not explain why God told Homer his time was coming 6 months before the coma. He did not explain why the show has become progressively more surreal and detached from reality with each passing season, exactly as you would expect from a dream being generated by a brain that is slowly deteriorating. He just said it is not true, and the interviewer moved on. But the fans did not move on, because the theory does something that no official explanation has ever done. It makes the show make sense. All of it. The aging freeze, the tonal shift, the celebrity flood, the increasingly cartoonish plots, the reset button that erases consequences between episodes. The fact that Homer can survive anything and endure anything and recover from anything because nothing is actually happening to his body. His body is in a hospital bed. Only his mind is in Springfield. And his mind cannot kill him because his mind is the one telling the story. If the coma theory is true, then the emotional core of The Simpsons is not comedy. It is tragedy. Homer's deepest, most desperate wish is so simple it breaks your heart. He wants his family. That is it. He wants Marge to still love him. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous little boy. He wants Lisa to still play her saxophone. He wants Maggie to still be small enough to hold. He wants Friday night at the Simpson house to last forever. And in the coma, it does. The dream gives him everything he wants. His family preserved in amber, his children never growing up, his wife never leaving, his life never ending. Homer's coma is not a nightmare. It is the only heaven a man like Homer Simpson would ever ask for. A house on Evergreen Terrace where the kids are always young and the beer is always cold and nobody ever has to say goodbye. The coma theory does not ruin The Simpsons. It makes every episode an act of love. A dying man dreaming about his family because they are the only thing worth dreaming about. And every time Homer survives something impossible, every time the world resets, every time the credits roll and everything goes back to normal, it is not lazy writing. It is Homer's brain refusing to let the story end. Because if the story ends, if the dream stops, then Homer has to wake up. And waking up means finding out how much time has passed, how old his children really are, whether Marge waited, whether anyone is still sitting by his bed, or worse, not waking up at all. Section 3. The Springfield Radiation and Mutation Theory. The poison in the water. Ranking. Almost certainly true. The theory with the most direct canonical support. This is the theory that explains the most things with a single mechanism, and the canonical evidence for it is so overwhelming that the real mystery is not whether it is true, but how the show has gotten away with telling you this for 36 years without anyone taking it seriously. Let's start with what we know for certain. The Springfield Nuclear Power Plant is a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns. It is the primary source of electrical power for the entire town. And it is, by any reasonable standard of measurement, one of the most dangerous industrial facilities in the history of fiction. A surprise safety inspection found 342 violations, not minor ones. We are talking about radioactive waste being dumped directly into bodies of water, radioactive waste being dumped onto children's playgrounds, plutonium being used as a paperweight on somebody's desk, cracked cooling towers patched with a wad of chewing gum, luminous rats running through the bowels of the facility, and human skeletons in the basement. The show drops that detail casually and never revisits it. Human skeletons in the basement of a working nuclear reactor facility. Nobody asks a single question about it. The estimated cost to bring the plant up to code was $56 million. Burns refused to spend it. Not because he could not afford it. He is a billionaire many times over. He refused because fixing the problems would mean admitting they existed, and admitting they existed would mean someone might start asking questions about what those problems had already done to the people living downwind. The safety inspector responsible for preventing all of this, the man whose literal job description is to ensure this facility does not poison an entire town, is Homer Simpson. A man the show's own creator has stated has an IQ of 55. A man who sleeps at his workstation, eats donuts during meltdown warnings, and once caused a nuclear incident by throwing a donut into the reactor core to see if it would grow bigger. That is the person standing between Springfield and radioactive catastrophe. And he has been standing there, failing at that job, for over 3 decades. Now here is where the theory gets teeth. The very first visible mutant in Springfield appears in Season 2. Blinky, the three-eyed fish. Blinky is pulled from a river near the power plant, and immediately becomes national news within the show. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as evidence that Burns is poisoning the environment. Burns is forced to eat the fish on live television to prove it is harmless. The town watches, shrugs, and moves on. Nobody conducts a follow-up study. Nobody tests the water. Nobody asks the obvious question. If the fish have 3 eyes, what is happening to the people drinking the same water? The answer has been staring at us since Season 8. In the episode The Springfield Files, Homer sees what he believes is an alien in the woods near Springfield. The entire town panics. FBI agents Mulder and Scully are called in to investigate. The episode builds toward a dramatic reveal. And when the truth finally comes out, the alien is not an alien at all. It is Mr. Burns. Burns has been undergoing a weekly medical treatment so intensive, so loaded with chemicals and radiation therapy, that it gives his entire body what the show describes as a healthy green glow. He literally glows in the dark. That is not a metaphor. Burns is so saturated with radiation that his body emits visible light. And the people of Springfield see this glowing figure in the forest, and their first instinct is that it must be an alien from outer space. Not radiation. Not the power plant that dominates their skyline. An alien. That is how deep the denial runs. And in the Simpsons movie, the evidence becomes impossible to ignore. Springfield's environmental contamination reaches a point so catastrophic that the Environmental Protection Agency, a real federal agency operating within the show's universe, determines that the town must be sealed under a massive glass dome to prevent its pollution from spreading to the rest of the country. The United States government looked at Springfield and concluded that the entire town was so toxic, so dangerous, so fundamentally contaminated that the only solution was physical containment. Springfield is not just polluted. Springfield is classified as an environmental hazard by the federal government. Now look at the residents themselves. Look at them closely. Homer Simpson. Massive overbite. Bulging eyes. 4 fingers on each hand. A skull shape that defies human biology. An IQ so low it qualifies as a clinical disability. A body that can absorb punishment that would kill any normal human being 10 times over. He has been shot, electrocuted, fallen off cliffs, been hit by cars, survived explosions, and walked away from every single one of them. His healing rate is absurd. His pain tolerance is inhuman. And he has worked inside that nuclear facility in direct proximity to an active reactor core for the entirety of his adult life. Marge Simpson. Same bulging eyes. Same 4 fingers. Hair that defies the laws of physics and gravity, growing straight up in a tower that she has maintained in the exact same shape for 36 years. Marge was briefly employed at the Springfield nuclear power plant herself. She was exposed to the same facility, the same violations, the same leaking radiation. And her children, all 3 of them, were born after both parents had already been soaking in Springfield's contaminated environment for years. Bart, Lisa, Maggie, all born in Springfield, all raised in Springfield, all drinking the same water, breathing the same air, living under the shadow of those cracked cooling towers every single day of their lives. And every single one of them displays physical characteristics that do not occur in normal human populations. The spiky hair that maintains its shape without product, the overbites, the bulging eyes, the yellow skin that covers every resident of this town and no one else. Because here is the detail that makes this theory click into place. When celebrities visit Springfield, when guest characters arrive from outside the town, they look different, not slightly different, fundamentally different. Their proportions are more natural. Their eyes are more normally shaped. Their features more closely resemble actual human anatomy. The show draws outsiders with more realistic proportions than it draws Springfield residents. And the explanation everyone accepts is that it is just the art style, just how The Simpsons looks. But within the logic of the show's own universe, there is a visible and observable difference between people who live in Springfield and people who do not. The people inside the contamination zone look mutated. The people outside it look normal. Even the animals are affected. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same bulging eyes as his owners. The same proportions that deviate from real canine anatomy. Blinky the fish has 3 eyes. Springfield's wildlife is demonstrably mutated by the power plant's runoff. The show tells you this directly. It shows you a 3-eyed fish and says, this is what the radiation is doing to living organisms. And then it expects you to believe that the exact same radiation has had 0 effect on the humans living in the same environment. Burns knows. He has always known. The show makes this explicit across multiple episodes. Burns funds private medical research. He has personal physicians. He undergoes weekly treatments that keep him alive through what amounts to chronic radiation poisoning. Burns understands radiation better than anyone in Springfield because he is personally dependent on managing its effects in his own body. He has the resources, the infrastructure, an entire pharmaceutical division capable of synthesizing experimental treatments. He knows what radiation does to biological systems because radiation is keeping him alive. And he knows what his plant is doing to Springfield because Springfield is his laboratory. And Homer's continued employment is not a mistake. It is not Burns being negligent or forgetful. It is strategy. When German investors briefly purchased the plant, the first thing they did was fire Homer. The second thing they did was assess the cost of bringing the facility up to code and nearly went bankrupt from the estimate alone. Burns bought the plant back and immediately rehired Homer. A competent safety inspector would shut that plant down within a week. Homer ensures the violations continue. The radiation keeps leaking, the water stays poisoned, and Burns maintains his monopoly over Springfield's power supply, its economy, and by extension, its entire population. A population too cognitively impaired by decades of radiation exposure to realize what is happening to them. The crayon in Homer's brain is not the full story. Season 12 reveals that Homer once had the crayon removed, and his IQ skyrocketed to genius level. He became intelligent, articulate, capable of understanding the world around him for the first time. And it made him miserable. He saw Springfield for what it really was. He saw his job for what it really was. He saw his life clearly for the first time, and it was unbearable. So he had the crayon put back in. He chose stupidity. He chose the fog. But here is the question the show never asks. How did a crayon get lodged in a child's brain in the first place without anyone noticing? How did Homer go through his entire childhood, his entire adolescence, his entire adult life, visiting doctors in Springfield, and not a single one of them found a foreign object in his skull? Either every doctor in Springfield is incompetent beyond comprehension, or someone knew it was there and chose not to remove it. And if the medical establishment in Springfield is compromised, if the doctors are looking the other way while radiation eats through their patients' neurons, if Burns's influence extends into the healthcare infrastructure of the town he essentially owns, then Homer's crayon is not just an accident. It is a metaphor the show is using to tell you something it cannot say directly. The people of Springfield have something wrong with their brains, something that keeps them dumb and compliant and incapable of looking up at those cracked cooling towers and asking the most basic question a human being can ask: why are we all like this? The radiation theory does not explain one mystery about The Simpsons. It explains all of them. The characters do not age because their mutated biology has been fundamentally altered at the cellular level. The town resets after catastrophic events because the population's memory function is compromised by chronic neurological damage. Homer survives injuries that should kill him because his body has adapted to radiation in ways that make him nearly indestructible, but cognitively devastated. Burns stays alive through treatments that would kill a normal human because he has been managing his own radiation exposure for over a century, with resources nobody else in town has access to. And nobody in Springfield questions any of this, because the same poison that mutated their bodies also damaged the part of their brains responsible for critical thinking. Springfield is not a quirky cartoon town. It is a contamination zone. The residents are not eccentric. They are symptomatic. And the nuclear power plant that dominates their skyline, that provides their electricity, that employs their neighbors and poisons their water and irradiates their children, is not a background gag. It is the cause. It has always been the cause. Every yellow face, every bulging eye, every impossible recovery from fatal injury, every forgotten catastrophe, every reset, it all traces back to the same cracked cooling tower, leaking the same invisible poison into the same water supply, feeding the same damaged brains that cannot figure out why their fish have 3 eyes and their children have 4 fingers. The Springfield nuclear power plant is not just part of the show, it is the show, and nobody in Springfield will ever figure that out, because the plant already made sure they cannot. Section 4. Who really shot MR? Burns the case that was never actually closed. Ranking. The official answer is probably wrong. The unresolved mystery. Before you say Maggie, we know the show told us it was Maggie. Season 7, Episode 1. Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 2. Case closed, baby did it. Move on. Except the case was never really closed. Because the evidence does not add up the way the show wants you to think it does. And the more you look at this mystery, the more you realize that the official answer might be the biggest cover-up in Springfield history. Let's go back to the beginning. Season 6, Episode 25. Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 1. This was the summer of 1995, and The Simpsons pulled off something that had never been attempted by an animated show before. A genuine whodunit cliffhanger. A mystery designed so meticulously that the show's creators invited viewers to participate in a national contest to guess the shooter. The winner would be animated into an actual episode. Fox promoted it like a cultural event. America's Most Wanted produced a tie-in special, treating the fictional crime like a real unsolved case. The Simpsons was not just a TV show that summer. It was a national puzzle. By the end of Part 1, every single person in Springfield had a reason to want Burns dead. Burns had stolen an oil well from beneath Springfield Elementary, gutting the school's budget. He had shut down Moe's Tavern by bankrupting its owner. He had created a sinkhole that destroyed the Springfield retirement castle. He had injured Santa's little helper. And, for his grand finale, he built a giant mechanical disc and used it to block out the sun over the entire town so he could force every resident to buy their electricity from his power plant. When Smithers protested, Burns fired him on the spot. The entire town gathered at a public meeting to confront Burns. The tension was so thick that multiple characters were shown holding weapons. Then Burns collapsed, a single gunshot wound. He staggered onto the town sundial and fell, his hands landing on two specific letters, W and S, or, from Burns's perspective, M and S. The ambulance carried him away. The screen went black, and America had to wait an entire summer to find out who pulled the trigger. Here is what the show told us when the answer finally came. When Part 2 aired in September 1995, the investigation plays out like a comedic procedural. Smithers confesses immediately, but his confession falls apart when they realize he was blackout drunk at the time and actually shot someone else entirely. He shot old Jasper in his wooden leg, not Burns. Wrong victim, wrong location, wrong crime. One by one, suspects are eliminated. Principal Skinner has an alibi. Moe has an alibi. Tito Puente has the greatest alibi in television history, a full musical number explaining that he channeled his rage into a samba. The investigation stalls until police find a key piece of evidence, an eyelash on Burns's suit. They run DNA analysis. The eyelash belongs to a Simpson. The evidence points to Homer. His fingerprints are on the gun. He had the clearest motive of anyone in town. Burns could never remember his name despite Homer working for him for years. Homer is arrested and about to be convicted. Then Burns wakes up and identifies his shooter. It was Maggie, baby Maggie Simpson. According to Burns's account, he encountered Maggie in the parking lot after the town meeting. He attempted to take her lollipop. In the struggle, his gun fell from his holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun went off, Burns was shot, and the mystery was solved. Except it was not. Let's start with the contest. Fox invited viewers across America to submit their guesses for who shot Burns. Thousands upon thousands of entries were submitted, and according to the DVD commentary for the episodes, not a single person from the randomly selected sample of entries guessed the correct answer. Nobody won. The person who was awarded the prize was chosen randomly from the sample pool, and since they did not have the right answer, they received a cash payment instead of being animated. The show's writers acknowledged on the commentary that they were aware of one person who posted the correct answer to a Simpsons news group online on the night of the original broadcast. But this person was using a college internet account, and by the time the contest ended and the producers tried to track them down, the account was no longer active. They literally could not find the one person who got it right. They even issued an open invitation on the DVD release for that person to come forward. As far as anyone knows, they never did. Think about what that means. The show's creators designed a mystery, told the public it was solvable from the clues in Part 1, promoted a national contest around it, and then when the answer was revealed, essentially nobody had figured it out. Either the clues were insufficient, the red herrings were too effective, or the answer did not logically follow from the evidence the way the show claimed it did. Now look at the clues themselves. Burns falls on the sundial. His hands point to W and S, or from his perspective, M and S. The show tells us this means Maggie Simpson, M for Maggie, S for Simpson. Case closed. But Burns himself stated canonically that his hands pointing at those letters was not intentional. He did not deliberately position himself to spell out his attacker's initials. He just fell. The sundial clue, the central piece of evidence the show uses to justify its answer, was explicitly described by the victim as a coincidence. The biggest clue and the biggest mystery in the show's history is meaningless according to the person it supposedly came from. Then there is the gun. Burns carried a gun in a holster. Shortly before the shooting, the holster is shown empty. The gun was already missing from his person before the attack. Whoever shot Burns used his own weapon. This means the shooter was someone who did not bring a gun to the town meeting. Most of the suspects at the meeting already had weapons. They brought them specifically because they were angry enough at Burns to consider violence. The person who shot Burns was someone who was not armed, who did not plan to shoot anyone, who encountered Burns's gun by chance and used it impulsively. A baby finding a gun on the ground fits this profile. So does about a dozen other characters who were not carrying weapons that night. Burns's last words before being shot were, "Oh, it's you." He recognized his attacker. He was not surprised. He was not afraid. He said it the way you would greet someone you have met before but do not consider a threat. Does Mr. Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? Has he ever interacted with her in a meaningful way prior to this episode? The show does not establish a relationship between Burns and Maggie before this event. Burns barely recognizes Homer, and Homer works for him. The idea that Burns would see a baby and calmly say, "Oh, it is you," as if acknowledging a familiar acquaintance, does not track with a man who cannot remember the name of his own employee. In Season 18, Homer claims that he was actually the one who shot Burns. He just says it out loud on camera and nobody reacts. Nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. Homer confesses to the attempted murder of the richest man in Springfield, and the show treats it like a throwaway line. Either Homer is lying for attention, which is entirely possible given his character, or the original verdict was wrong and Homer knows it because he is the one who actually pulled the trigger. And if Homer did it, then Maggie was framed. A baby was blamed for a crime committed by her father. The evidence that supposedly proved Maggie's guilt, the DNA, the sundial, Burns's testimony from a man who just woke up from a coma with a bullet wound, was either manufactured, misinterpreted, or both. One of the most compelling alternate theories argues that Marge was the real shooter. The case is surprisingly strong. Marge is a devoted mother who watched Burns destroy her children's school, injure her family's dog, and steal the sun from her town. She had every reason to want Burns gone. Burns fell in love with Marge in an earlier episode, which would explain why Burns would not identify her as the shooter. He protected her. He took the bullet, woke up, and rather than name the woman he had been infatuated with, he pointed at the sundial and let the town draw its own conclusions. Maggie became the answer because Maggie was convenient. A baby cannot be prosecuted. Chief Wiggum says it himself. No jury in the world would convict a baby. Maggie was the perfect fall guy. An infant too young to deny the accusation, too young to understand what she was being accused of, and too young to ever be punished for it. The alternate endings prove that even the writers were not fully committed to the Maggie answer. A complete alternate conclusion was animated in which Smithers is revealed as the shooter, full-length, fully voiced, fully produced. This ending was shown in a clip show hosted by Troy McClure, who dismisses the Smithers ending by saying it would not have made sense because all the Simpson DNA evidence would have to be ignored, which would be downright nutty. That line is itself a reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, where a jury ignored DNA evidence to reach an acquittal. The show is winking at you. It is telling you that ignoring DNA evidence happens all the time. It is telling you that the official answer is not necessarily the right answer. And there is the final shot of part 2, which shows Maggie alone in the room after everyone else has left. She looks around carefully to make sure nobody is watching. Then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. The show wants you to read this as confirmation. Maggie did it, and she knows what she did. But you could just as easily read it as a baby imitating something she saw someone else do. She watched someone shoot Burns. She is repeating the motion because that is what babies do. They mimic the adults around them. Maggie is not confessing, she is remembering. The official answer is Maggie Simpson. The show committed to it. The writers stand behind it. But the contest nobody won, the clues that Burns himself said were meaningless, the alternate endings that were fully animated, Homer's unexamined confession in Season 18, and the final shot of Maggie mimicking gunfire in an empty room, all of it suggests that the greatest mystery in Simpsons history was never actually solved. It was closed. And, in Springfield, those are two very different things. Section 5, MR. Burns is something beyond ordinary human longevity. Ranking. True within the canon. The show has confirmed most of this directly. How is Mr. Burns still alive? This is not a rhetorical question. This is not a joke about cartoon logic. Within the established canon of The Simpsons, Charles Montgomery Burns is a medical impossibility. His age has been stated, implied, and contradicted across dozens of episodes, but every version of the timeline places his birth somewhere in the late 1800s. He has referenced personal memories from before the turn of the 20th century. He has told stories about events from the 1910s as though he experienced them firsthand. He has described working relationships with historical figures who died before most of the show's audience was born. By the most conservative estimate, Burns is well over 100 years old. By the most liberal reading of the show's continuity, he might be approaching 140. And he does not just exist. He functions. He runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He manipulates municipal politics. He orchestrates schemes that require sustained cognitive effort, long-term planning, and a working understanding of modern technology, modern finance, and modern law. His body is frail. His physical strength is almost non-existent. But his mind is razor-sharp. Mr. Burns is arguably the most strategically intelligent character in Springfield, operating with a ruthlessness that nobody in town can match. And he has been operating at that level for longer than any human being should be capable of sustained consciousness. The show addresses this directly in the Springfield Files. Burns undergoes a weekly medical regimen so extreme that it causes his body to emit a visible green glow. The treatment keeps him alive for exactly 7 more days. Then he needs another dose. Without it, he dies. The show presents this as a throwaway gag, an explanation for why Homer saw a glowing alien in the woods, but the implications are staggering. Burns is not surviving through natural biological processes. He is being kept alive artificially through a recurring medical intervention that has to be administered on a precise weekly schedule. Miss one treatment, and Burns dies. The margin for error is 0. His life is maintained the way you maintain a machine, through scheduled servicing. And the treatment itself involves radiation? Of course it does. The man who owns a nuclear power plant, the man whose facility has been leaking radioactive material into Springfield's water supply for decades, is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to sustain his own biological functions. Burns is not just profiting from radiation, he is powered by it. His body has been so fundamentally altered by decades of proximity to nuclear material that it can no longer sustain itself through normal cellular processes. He requires external radiation input the way a normal human requires food and water. Take it away, and his systems shut down within a week. This explains something the show has depicted repeatedly but never addressed. Burns's immune system. In one of the most famous scenes in the series, Burns visits a doctor who informs him that he has every disease known to medical science. Every single one simultaneously. The doctor explains that Burns's diseases are all present in his body at the same time, but exist in a state of perfect equilibrium, each one canceling out the others. The doctor calls it Three Stooges syndrome, comparing it to 3 people trying to fit through a doorway at once. None of them can get through. Burns's diseases are all trying to kill him simultaneously. But because they are all present at once, they create a biological gridlock that prevents any single illness from progressing. The doctor's conclusion is that Burns is the sickest man in the United States, but functionally indestructible, because everything that should kill him is being blocked by everything else that should kill him. This is played for laughs. But if you accept the radiation theory, it makes a terrifying kind of sense. Burns's body is not maintaining this disease equilibrium through any natural process. The weekly radiation treatments are doing it. The treatments do not cure his diseases. They manage them. They keep every illness in perfect stasis, balanced against every other illness, preventing any single condition from gaining dominance and killing him. It is not medicine in any conventional sense. It is nuclear maintenance. Burns's body is a reactor, and his weekly treatments are the equivalent of adjusting the control rods to prevent a meltdown. Smithers is not just a loyal assistant. He is the only person who fully understands how Burns's medical protocol works. Smithers manages Burns's schedule. Smithers ensures Burns makes every weekly appointment. Smithers monitors Burns's physical condition with the kind of vigilance that borders on obsession. And the show has established repeatedly that if Smithers ever left, if he was ever removed from his position, Burns would be helpless. Not emotionally helpless, physically helpless. Without Smithers managing the treatment schedule, Burns would miss a dose. The disease equilibrium would collapse, and every illness in his body would surge forward simultaneously. Smithers is not devoted to Burns out of love alone. He is devoted because he knows that his absence is a death sentence. Smithers is keeping Burns alive through logistical competence, and he knows it, and that knowledge is the foundation of their entire relationship. Burns's connection to historical events adds another layer to the immortality question. The show has depicted Burns interacting with or referencing an absurd number of historical moments. He has described personal involvement in events spanning from the early 1900s through the present day. He knew Howard Hughes. He attended Yale. He served in World War II, though his role was morally questionable at best. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the United States government during the war and kept it hidden for decades. He has referenced the Gilded Age not as history but as personal experience. His family wealth predates the Industrial Revolution. Burns is not immortal. He is something worse. He is too expensive to die, and Springfield will keep paying the bill for as long as Burns keeps the lights on, which, if his treatment schedule holds, will be forever. Section 6. Maggie Simpson is the most capable person in Springfield. Ranking. Strongly supported by canon, the theory the show has been building for 36 years. Maggie Simpson does not talk. She does not walk reliably. She communicates primarily through pacifier noises and the occasional pointed stare. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. And in that time, without saying a word, she has accomplished more than every other member of her family combined. She shot a billionaire. She led a daycare rebellion against a tyrannical caretaker. She saved her family from multiple life-threatening situations. She demonstrated problem-solving abilities that exceed those of adults 3 times her age. She was tested and found to possess intelligence that should not exist in a child who has not yet learned to form sentences. And through all of it, every remarkable thing she has ever done, she maintains her silence. Not because she cannot speak, because she chooses not to. Let's start with the shooting, because it is the act that defines her in the public consciousness, but is actually the least interesting thing about her. Whether or not Maggie intentionally pulled that trigger, the aftermath is what matters. A baby was identified as the person who shot the richest man in town. The police investigated, the evidence was examined, and the official conclusion was that there was nothing anyone could do about it. Chief Wiggum's exact words are that no jury in the world would convict a baby. But look at the final shot of that episode one more time. Everyone has left the room. Maggie is alone. She looks around carefully and deliberately, confirming that nobody is watching, and then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. That is not reflexive behavior. That is not a baby randomly moving her mouth. That is a 1-year-old child demonstrating awareness of what happened, awareness that the act she committed had significance, and awareness that performing this gesture in front of others would have consequences. She waited until she was alone. She checked her surroundings. Then she reenacted the shooting in private. That sequence of actions requires situational awareness, memory, caution, and impulse control. Those are not traits associated with infants. Those are traits associated with someone who understands exactly what they are doing and has decided that secrecy is the optimal strategy. Now consider The Longest Daycare, a theatrical short film released in 2012. It was nominated for an Academy Award, and it is 7 minutes of Maggie Simpson demonstrating intelligence that would be remarkable in an adult, let alone a baby who cannot walk without falling over. The premise is simple. Maggie is dropped off at a daycare center. Inside, she encounters a caterpillar about to become a butterfly. She wants to protect it. Another baby, a bully named Gerald, wants to destroy it. What follows is a miniature action film in which Maggie outmaneuvers the bully, the daycare staff, and the facility's security systems to save the butterfly and release it into the wild. She does this without speaking a word. She does it through observation, planning, improvisation, and the kind of adaptive problem-solving that most adults struggle with. She reads the environment. She identifies threats. She develops strategies on the fly. She executes multi-step plans that require timing, spatial awareness, and the ability to predict other people's behavior. And she does all of this while being physically limited to the motor skills of a 1-year-old. Her body can barely keep up with her mind. She falls. She stumbles. She crawls when she should be running. But her decision-making is flawless. Every choice she makes is correct. Every move she makes is optimized. She is operating at a cognitive level that her physical development cannot support, and she succeeds anyway because her intelligence compensates for every limitation her body imposes. The theory is that Maggie's silence is not developmental delay. It is a conscious, strategic decision made by a mind intelligent enough to recognize the value of not being noticed. Look at what happens to the intelligent women in this family. Lisa Simpson is brilliant. Lisa is a genius. And what has that intelligence gotten her? Isolation, mockery, dismissal. Lisa speaks up and gets ignored. Lisa challenges authority and gets punished. Lisa tries to improve the world around her and gets crushed by the weight of a community that does not want to be improved. Lisa's intelligence is her greatest gift and her greatest curse because she uses it visibly. She wears it on the outside. She announces herself as the smartest person in the room, and the room responds by making sure she knows how little that matters. Maggie watched this happen. Maggie has been watching this happen since the day she was born. She watched her sister fight every day for recognition and receive nothing but resistance. She watched the smartest person in the family be consistently overlooked and undervalued by a community that rewards stupidity and punishes insight. And Maggie learned the opposite lesson. Silence is power. Invisibility is armor. The less they notice you, the more you can accomplish. Every time Maggie does something remarkable, what happens? The family does not notice. The community does not notice. Burns was shot, and the investigation focused on everyone except the baby, because who suspects a baby? The daycare rebellion succeeded because nobody monitors infants closely enough to see them organizing. Every heroic act, every display of intelligence, every moment where Maggie saves the day, it happens below the radar, in the margins, in the spaces where nobody is paying attention. And Maggie has ensured that nobody pays attention to her by maintaining the most effective disguise possible. She pretends to be exactly what everyone expects a baby to be: quiet, passive, helpless, dependent. She is none of those things. She is the opposite of all of them. She is the most capable member of the Simpson family, and she has spent 36 years making sure nobody figures that out. Now connect this to the radiation theory. If Springfield's contaminated environment creates mutations, and if those mutations affect each person differently, then Maggie represents the opposite extreme from Homer. Homer's mutation reduced his intelligence to clinical disability. Maggie's mutation supercharged hers to levels that cannot be properly measured. Same environmental cause, same family, same contaminated water and irradiated air. But where the father's brain was diminished, the daughter's was amplified. Homer and Maggie are two sides of the same radioactive coin. He is what happens when mutation takes something away. She is what happens when mutation gives something extraordinary. And if the coma theory is true, Maggie's genius takes on an almost unbearable poignancy. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode is the product of an unconscious mind trying to hold on to his family, then Maggie's brilliance is Homer's deepest hope for his youngest child projected onto the dream. He cannot see her grow up. He cannot watch her develop. He cannot hear her speak or see her walk or learn what kind of person she becomes. So in the dream, he makes her extraordinary. He gives her an intelligence that transcends her age. He makes her capable of things no baby could actually do. Because in his coma, Homer needs to believe that Maggie will be okay even without him there to protect her. Her genius is not a mutation. It is a father's prayer. Maggie Simpson is 1 year old. She cannot walk without falling. She cannot speak beyond a few sounds. And she is the most powerful person on Evergreen Terrace. She just has not decided what to do about it yet. And maybe that is the scariest thing about Maggie. Not what she has done, but what she is waiting to do. Behind that pacifier, behind those enormous eyes, behind 36 years of deliberate silence, something is thinking, something is planning, something is watching the family and the town and the world with an intelligence that nobody suspects and nobody can contain. And when Maggie finally decides to act, Springfield will not see it coming. Nobody will. Because that is exactly how Maggie designed it. Section 7. Mona Simpson and the Burns Conspiracy Across 3 Generations. Ranking: Canon. The show confirmed almost all of this in Season 7. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the official story. Abe Simpson, Homer's father, told him his mother had passed away when Homer was young. He showed Homer a grave. Homer mourned. He grew up believing he was a boy whose mother died and whose father was too cold and distant to fill the void she left behind. That belief shaped everything about Homer. His desperate need for love, his clinginess toward Marge, his terror of abandonment, his compulsive need to be liked by everyone around him, His willingness to endure humiliation and degradation from his employer rather than risk losing the one stable thing in his life. Homer Simpson's entire personality is a coping mechanism for maternal loss. And in season 7, the show revealed that the loss was a lie. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It aired on the 19th of November, 1995, and it is widely considered one of the greatest episodes in the history of the series. Here is what happens. Homer discovers that according to municipal records, his mother is alive. She never died. The grave Abe showed him was not hers. It was the grave of Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe had been passing off a famous writer's headstone as his wife's burial site for Homer's entire life. Homer finds Mona at a cemetery visiting what she believes is her son's grave. When Homer proves who he is, they have a reunion that is one of the most genuinely emotional scenes the show has ever produced. And then Mona tells him the truth. She did not die. She did not leave because she stopped loving him. She left because she had to. Because staying would have put Homer and Abe in danger. Because the man who owned the power plant, the man Homer would grow up to work for without ever knowing the connection, had destroyed her life and forced her underground. The story goes back to 1969. Mona was radicalized by the counterculture movement and joined a group of activists who targeted a biological weapons laboratory owned by Mr. Burns, not a nuclear plant. A germ warfare facility, a laboratory designed to produce biological weapons in Springfield, the same town where Homer was growing up. Burns was manufacturing weapons-grade pathogens in the same community where children were playing, where families were living their lives without any idea that the richest man in town was cooking up diseases in a lab down the road. Mona and her group broke into the lab. They detonated an antibiotic bomb, destroying the biological agent stored inside. During the raid, they accidentally cured the asthma of the facility security guard, who happened to be Clancy Wiggum, the man who would later become Springfield's chief of police. The raid was successful. The germs were destroyed. But Mona made one mistake. As the group fled, she stopped to help someone who had been knocked down in the chaos. That someone was Mr. Burns. She stopped to help the man whose weapons she had just destroyed, and Burns saw her face. He identified her. He reported her to the FBI. And from that moment forward, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She could not hold her son or explain to him why she was leaving. She kissed Homer goodbye while he was sleeping and disappeared into the night. For 27 years. Homer woke up and his mother was gone. Abe told him she was dead. And Homer spent the next 3 decades of his life believing he was unloved, believing he was the kind of son a mother would rather die than raise, believing that there was something fundamentally wrong with him that made people leave. When Mona finally comes back to Springfield in season 7, Burns recognizes her almost immediately. He spots her through a cab window and calls the authorities. The FBI shows up at the Simpson house. Mona has to flee again. Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time. And this time he knows why she left. He knows who forced her out, and he knows that the man responsible is his own employer. Homer works for Burns. Homer has worked for Burns his entire adult life. Homer earns his paycheck from the man who destroyed his family, and Homer does not connect the dots. He does not confront Burns. He does not quit. He does not even seem to fully process the connection between the billionaire who signs his checks and the billionaire who stole his mother. Homer's inability to make this connection is played as tragedy, because Homer Simpson is not capable of making connections like that. His brain does not work that way. The crayon, the radiation, the decades of cognitive erosion from living in Springfield's contaminated environment, Homer is too damaged to understand the architecture of his own suffering. And that is the conspiracy. Burns did not just ruin Mona's life, he engineered Homer's. By driving Mona away when Homer was a child, Burns ensured that Homer would grow up emotionally damaged, desperate for approval, incapable of challenging authority, terrified of abandonment. The perfect employee, a man who would work at a dangerous facility for decades without complaint, because the alternative, being alone, being unloved, being abandoned again, was worse than any job. Homer does not work at the power plant because he is too stupid to find better employment. Homer works at the power plant because Burns broke him as a child. And the broken version of Homer is exactly the kind of worker Burns needs. Compliant, obedient, grateful for any scrap of attention, incapable of resistance. The show confirms this connection in a later season when it is revealed that Burns and Grandpa Simpson struck a deal. Burns had committed a crime and Grandpa discovered it. In exchange for Grandpa's silence, Burns guaranteed that Homer would have a job at the plant no matter what. No matter how many mistakes he made, no matter how many times he should have been fired, Homer's job security was not a cartoon convenience. It was a contractual obligation between his father and his mother's persecutor, brokered in silence, maintained in secret, and never explained to Homer because explaining it would mean explaining everything else. Homer's mother was a radical who fought against a billionaire's biological weapons program. That billionaire retaliated by destroying her family. Her husband covered up the truth and struck a deal with the enemy. Her son grew up believing he was worthless, became cognitively impaired through a combination of environmental poisoning and physical brain damage, and spent his entire adult life working for the man who took his mother away from him. 3 generations of Simpsons broken by one man's grudge. Mona Simpson died in a later season. Her death scene is one of the show's most quietly devastating moments. Homer sits beside her. He holds her hand, and he watches the mother he barely knew slip away for the last time. No joke, no cutaway gag, no reset. Just a man and his mother, and the weight of 27 stolen years pressing down on both of them. Section 8. The Principal and the Pauper, Springfield's Social Contract with Denial. Ranking. True? The most important episode nobody gives enough credit to? Season 9, Episode 2. The Principal and the Pauper. This episode aired on the 28th of September, 1997, and it detonated like a bomb inside the show's fan base. The backlash was immediate, intense, and has never fully subsided. 28 years later, fans still cite this episode as the moment The Simpsons went wrong. The moment the writers stopped caring about continuity. The moment the show betrayed its audience's trust. But what if the fans have been reading the betrayal backwards? What if this episode did not break The Simpsons? What if it revealed what The Simpsons had always been? Here is what happens. Springfield Elementary holds an event honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. During the celebration, a stranger walks in, a man nobody recognizes. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner. The real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was believed dead after being captured as a prisoner of war. He survived, he escaped, and he came home to discover that someone else had been living his life for the past 2 decades. The man Springfield has known as Seymour Skinner is revealed to be an imposter. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a street punk, a petty criminal, a kid from the wrong side of the tracks with no future and no prospects. He was drafted into the army, served in the same unit as the real Skinner, and when Skinner was captured and presumed killed, Tamzarian felt guilty. He traveled to Springfield to deliver the news of Skinner's death to his mother Agnes. But when he arrived, Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son. And Tamzarian, who had never been wanted by anyone, who had never had a family or a home or an identity worth keeping, just went along with it. He became Seymour Skinner. He took his name, his rank, his life, his mother, and he lived inside that stolen identity for 20 years, until the real Skinner walked through the door. Now here is where Springfield does something extraordinary. The town holds a meeting. The real Seymour Skinner is present. Armin Tamzarian is present. The truth is fully exposed. Everyone in Springfield knows that their principal is a fraud, and the town votes, not on whether to prosecute Tamzarian, not on whether to restore the real Skinner's identity, but on whether to acknowledge the truth at all. The verdict is unanimous. They vote to keep the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree that the imposter is the real Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the real one, the war hero who survived a POW camp and came home to find his life stolen, is tied to a railroad car and physically removed from Springfield. And the judge makes it explicitly illegal to ever mention the truth again under penalty of torture. Let that settle for a moment. A town collectively decided that the truth was less important than their comfort. They had definitive proof that a major public figure in their community had been living a stolen identity for 2 decades. They had the actual person whose identity was stolen standing right in front of them. And they chose the fake. They chose the lie. They sentenced the truth to exile and made it a crime to speak its name. Fans hated this episode. Critics argued that the episode destroyed Skinner's character by revealing that everything we knew about him was based on a fiction. His military service, his relationship with his mother, his dynamic with Bart, his entire personality, all built on a lie. The episode is consistently ranked among the worst in the series. It has been called the point where The Simpsons stopped caring about its own continuity. But here is the thing nobody wants to acknowledge. The episode is completely honest about what Springfield is. It just says the quiet part out loud. Springfield has always operated this way. The town has always chosen comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths. The town has always agreed to forget whatever does not fit the narrative. The only difference is that this episode showed you the mechanism. It showed you the vote. It showed you the legal decree. It showed you the literal expulsion of truth from the community. Every other time Springfield forgets a catastrophe, ignores a contradiction, or resets to normal after something world-changing happens, it happens off-screen. The Principal and the Pauper is the one time the show let you watch it happen in real time. Consider how many times Springfield has experienced events that should permanently alter the town's reality. The town has been destroyed and rebuilt multiple times. It has been invaded. It has been sealed under a dome by the federal government. It has survived nuclear near misses, environmental catastrophes, alien encounters, and the literal blocking of the sun. And every single time, by the next episode, everything is back to normal. Nobody remembers. Nobody references the previous disaster. The slate is wiped clean. Fans call this episodic storytelling. The coma theory calls it a dreaming brain resetting between cycles. The radiation theory calls it cognitive damage from chronic exposure. But the Principal and the Pauper offers a fourth explanation. Springfield resets because the town chooses to reset, collectively, deliberately, through an unspoken social contract that says, we will not acknowledge what happened, we will maintain the agreed-upon version of reality, we will treat the lie as truth and the truth as criminal, and anyone who breaks this contract will be removed from the community. That is not a cartoon trope. That is how real communities work. Small towns in particular have a terrifying capacity for collective denial. Scandals get buried. Crimes get forgotten. Uncomfortable truths get rewritten until the official version is the only version anyone remembers. The Principal and the Pauper did not break The Simpsons. It diagnosed Springfield. It showed you that the town's amnesia is not a glitch. It is a feature. It is a defense mechanism employed by a population that cannot afford to confront the reality of their situation. Because confronting it would mean admitting that their principal is a fraud, their power plant is poisoning them, their billionaire employer has been alive for over a century, and their children have been yellow since birth and nobody thought to ask why. Springfield does not forget because its residents are stupid. Springfield forgets because remembering is too dangerous. If they remembered the dome, they would have to acknowledge the pollution. If they acknowledged the pollution, they would have to confront the power plant. If they confronted the power plant, they would have to challenge Burns. If they challenged Burns, the economy would collapse. If the economy collapsed, the town would die. So they forget. They vote to forget. They make it illegal to remember. And anyone who remembers too much, anyone who insists on the truth, gets tied to a train. The real Seymour Skinner was Springfield's canary in the coal mine. He was a man who showed up with proof that the official narrative was a lie. And the town's response was not to thank him for the truth. It was to criminalize the truth and exile the messenger. That is not a comedy beat. That is the show telling you exactly how Springfield maintains its impossible reality. Through consensus, through denial, through the systematic destruction of anyone who threatens the agreed-upon version of events. Section 9. The Simpsons predictions what actually explains them, and why the truth is stranger than the conspiracy. Ranking. The mundane explanation is probably correct, but with one genuinely uncanny exception. Let's get the big ones out of the way first, because you have probably seen them shared 1,000 times. In the year 2000, the episode Bart to the Future depicted a future in which Lisa Simpson becomes the first female president of the United States. In that same episode, Lisa's predecessor in the Oval Office is identified as Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before Trump won the 2016 election. The internet lost its collective mind. Screenshots from the episode went viral. The Simpsons predicted Trump became a meme that transcended the show's actual fan base and entered mainstream consciousness. The list goes on. In a 1995 episode, the show depicted a device that looks remarkably similar to a modern smartwatch. In a 1994 episode, Homer goes to space with Buzz Aldrin, decades before commercial space tourism became a reality. In a 1998 episode, Homer discovers a mathematical equation that appears to predict the mass of the Higgs boson particle, which would not be experimentally confirmed until 2012. In a 1993 episode, a flu virus originating from Asia spreads to Springfield, causing mass panic, panic buying, and a frantic search for a cure. The episode aired 27 years before COVID, 19. In 1996, an episode featured a joke where Cypress Hill accidentally books the London Symphony Orchestra while under the influence. That exact collaboration happened in 2024. In a 1998 episode, the show depicted Disney acquiring 20th Century Fox, which actually happened in 2019. The list is long enough to fill its own video. And every time a new prediction appears to come true, the internet responds with the same mixture of amazement and suspicion. How are they doing this? Are the writers time travelers? Is there a conspiracy? The answer, according to the people who actually make the show, is much simpler and much less satisfying. Al Jean, executive producer, has addressed the prediction phenomenon directly. His explanation is blunt. If you throw enough darts, you are going to hit some bullseyes. That is it. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes over 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, references, and satirical observations about American culture, technology, politics, and society. When you generate that much content over that long a period, some of it is going to line up with future events through sheer statistical probability. Producer Bill Oakley put it even more plainly. There are very few cases where The Simpsons predicted something. It is mainly just coincidence because the episodes are so old that history repeats itself. Fact-checking organizations have systematically debunked many of the most popular claimed predictions, explaining that the show's enormous output creates a lot of opportunities for coincidences to appear, and that most of these predictions have rather simple explanations. Many of the supposed predictions are based on trends that were already visible when the episodes were written. The writers did not predict Trump's presidency. They observed that Trump had been publicly flirting with running for office since the late 1980s and wrote a joke about the logical extreme of celebrity politics. They did not predict the Disney-Fox merger. They observed that media consolidation was an accelerating trend and wrote a gag about a megacorporation swallowing its competitors. There is also confirmation bias doing enormous work here. The Simpsons has also made thousands of jokes that have not come true. Jokes about jetpacks and moon colonies and technology that never materialized. Nobody screenshots those. Nobody shares them on social media. Nobody builds conspiracy theories around the predictions that failed. Because confirmation bias only works in one direction. We remember the hits and forget the misses. And when a subverts nearly 800 episodes containing thousands of satirical observations about American culture, and then filter those observations through confirmation bias so that only the accurate ones get remembered and shared, you end up with a highlight reel that looks like prophecy. But there is a meta-theory here that is more interesting than either the pure probability explanation or the supernatural prophecy version. The Simpsons does not predict the future. The Simpsons shapes the future. Not through magic, through cultural influence. The Simpsons is one of the most watched, most quoted, most referenced, and most deeply embedded pieces of American media in history. Its jokes have become part of the American lexicon. Its observations have become part of how Americans understand their own culture. When The Simpsons makes a joke about Trump becoming president, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people see it. It becomes a reference point. It makes the idea of a Trump presidency feel less like a shocking impossibility and more like an inevitable punchline. And when the punchline arrives, it does not feel like prediction. It feels like recognition. The show did not predict Disney buying Fox. The show made media consolidation feel inevitable by depicting it as obvious satire. When Disney actually bought Fox, the cultural response was not shock. It was, of course they did. The Simpsons already told us this would happen. Springfield does not reflect America. America has become Springfield. The show held up a mirror for 36 years, and we stared into it so long that we started to resemble what we saw. Section 10. Where is Springfield? the geographic impossibility, and what it means. Ranking, intentionally unresolvable, the mystery that is its own answer. Springfield is the most famous fictional town in American history. More people can name Springfield than can name the capital of half the states in the actual country. It has a nuclear power plant, a tire fire, a gorge, a harbor, a monorail, an elementary school, a prison, 2 hospitals, and a quickie mart. It has mountains and oceans and deserts and farmland and forests. It borders the states of Ohio, Nevada, Maine, and Kentucky, depending on which episode you are watching. It is located on the coast and also in the heartland, and also near the Canadian border and also near Mexico. It has weather that ranges from blizzard to tropical heat wave within the span of a single season. Springfield does not exist in any state because Springfield exists in all of them simultaneously. The show has been deliberately contradicting itself about Springfield's location for its entire run. Every time a clue appears that seems to narrow down the possibilities, another clue appears in a different episode that contradicts it entirely. In one episode, Springfield is in the north. In another, it is in the south. Lisa's area code starts with 636, which is a Missouri code. The state abbreviation has been shown as NT, which is not a real state. When Homer calls the state capital, the voice on the other end identifies the state as beginning with a vowel, which narrows the field while keeping dozens of others viable. Matt Groening, the show's creator, named the town after Springfield, Oregon. He admitted this in a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine. He said he chose the name Springfield because it is one of the most common city names in America and because he grew up near Springfield, Oregon. For approximately 48 hours, the mystery was solved. Springfield was in Oregon, except the show immediately continued contradicting this revelation. Episodes aired after the interview that placed Springfield in geographic context inconsistent with Oregon. The writers did not honor Groening's confession. They kept the mystery alive because the mystery was the point. And the mystery works because Springfield's geographic impossibility is not a bug. It is the show's most sophisticated joke. Springfield has oceanfront property and mountain ranges and deserts and active volcanoes all within driving distance. No real American town has that combination of geographic features. The town is assembled from pieces of every American community that has ever existed. It has the industrial decay of the Rust Belt. It has the suburban sprawl of the Sun Belt. It has the small-town insularity of New England and the cultural blankness of the Midwest. It is everywhere and nowhere. It is the town you grew up in, no matter where you grew up. This is true. This is the intentional design philosophy. Groening has confirmed it. The writers have confirmed it. The show is meant to resonate with the broadest possible American audience by being set in a place that could be anywhere. But under the lens of the theories we have been discussing, Springfield's geographic impossibility takes on a more interesting dimension. If the radiation theory is true, if Springfield is a contaminated zone where the laws of biology have been warped by decades of nuclear exposure, why should geography be exempt? If the people of Springfield can have 4 fingers and yellow skin and survive injuries that would kill normal humans, why should the town itself obey the normal rules of American geography? Maybe Springfield has both mountains and oceans because the contamination does not just affect biology. Maybe it affects the physical landscape. If the coma theory is true, Springfield's geography makes even more sense. Homer's dreaming brain does not have a precise map of America in its memory banks. It has impressions. It has fragments of every place Homer has ever visited or seen on television. Mountains from a vacation, oceans from a commercial, deserts from a movie, farmland from driving through the Midwest. Homer's unconscious mind assembled Springfield from every American landscape he ever encountered, layering them on top of each other without regard for geographic logic. Because dreams do not have geographic logic, dreams have emotional logic. And Springfield feels like America because it is made from Homer's memory of America, which is scattered and incomplete and held together by longing rather than cartography. And if the collective denial theory is true, the town's refusal to have a fixed location is the ultimate expression of that denial. You cannot investigate a town you cannot find. You cannot bring federal charges against a nuclear power plant if the state it is located in keeps changing. You cannot hold anyone accountable for anything if the jurisdiction is perpetually undefined. Springfield's geographic uncertainty is not just a comedy device. It is a legal shield. A town with no fixed location has no fixed regulatory authority, no consistent EPA oversight, no permanent state attorney general to investigate its nuclear facility. Springfield floats between states because floating is safer than landing. Landing means accountability. Landing means someone shows up with a map and a badge and starts asking questions about the three-eyed fish and the cracked cooling towers and the billionaire who remembers the Spanish-American War. Springfield will never be located. Not because the show cannot decide. Because the show decided long ago that Springfield is more useful as a mystery than as an answer. A town that could be anywhere is a town that belongs to everyone. And a town that belongs to everyone is a town nobody can shut down. Section 11. Hans Molleman's Death Cycle and Ned Flanders' Psychological Cage. Ranking. Canon for both two characters. The show has quietly told the truth about all along. Let's start with Hans Moleman, because he is the character the show has been quietly doing something extraordinary with for 30 years, and almost nobody talks about it directly. If you have watched The Simpsons for any length of time, you know Hans Moleman. He is the tiny, elderly, nearly blind man who appears in the background of Springfield scenes and exists primarily to suffer. He gets hit by cars, he gets crushed by objects, he gets buried alive, he gets eaten by animals, he gets struck by lightning. He is, by conservative estimate, the most frequently killed character in the history of American animation. The show has killed Hans Moleman dozens of times. Not in Treehouse of Horror episodes, not in dream sequences, in regular canonical episodes. Moleman dies and then he appears in the next episode completely fine. No explanation, no resurrection scene, no acknowledgement that he was dead 2 episodes ago. He just shows up again, ready to be killed again in an endless cycle of death and return that the show treats as background noise. Most fans accept this as a running gag. Moleman dies a lot. It is funny. Do not think about it. But here is one detail that the show drops and never explains. Moleman once stated his age as 31 years old. 31. Look at him. He appears to be in his 80s or 90s. If he is telling the truth, something aged him catastrophically. Something took a man in the prime of his life and turned him into a walking corpse decades before his time. The radiation theory has an obvious answer. The same contamination that has mutated Springfield's population in various ways has accelerated Moleman's aging catastrophically while simultaneously making him nearly indestructible. Whatever the plant's runoff does to different individuals, it did something specific and terrible to Moleman. It aged him decades in a fraction of the normal time, and then it made death a revolving door rather than a permanent exit. Under the coma theory, Moleman's repeated deaths serve a different function. He is a background process in Homer's dream, a filler character that Homer's unconscious mind does not care enough about to maintain consistently. Moleman dies because Homer's dreaming brain occasionally lets minor characters lapse, and he comes back because the dream needs him to populate the next scene. Moleman is not a person in this reading. He is a prop that Homer's mind occasionally breaks and then reassembles because the dream requires a certain number of bodies to make Springfield feel populated. If the collective denial theory is true, Moleman's deaths are just another thing Springfield has agreed not to notice. A man dies in public, visibly, repeatedly, in front of witnesses, and nobody investigates. Nobody calls for an ambulance. Nobody asks how he keeps coming back. The town has normalized Moleman's death cycle the way it has normalized everything else that should be alarming. Three-eyed fish, a billionaire who glows in the dark, a baby who shot a man, and a tiny old man who dies every few weeks and keeps showing up for more. Now let's talk about Ned Flanders, because Ned is the character the show has quietly destroyed more thoroughly than any other. And the darkness hiding behind his relentless positivity is one of the most unsettling subtexts in the entire series. On the surface, Ned Flanders is everything Homer Simpson is not. He is kind, generous, devoutly religious, physically fit, financially responsible, a good father, a good neighbor. He is by any objective measure a better person than Homer in every conceivable way, and the show punishes him for it relentlessly. Ned's wife Maude was killed in a freak accident at the Springfield Speedway when a t-shirt cannon misfired and knocked her off the bleachers. She died because Homer was dodging the t-shirts and they hit Maude instead. Homer's selfishness literally killed Ned's wife, and Ned forgave him, because that is what Ned does. He forgives. He turns the other cheek. He absorbs punishment after punishment and responds with grace and patience and an unwavering faith that God has a plan. But fans have noticed cracks in the facade. When a hurricane destroys Ned's house and the community rebuilds it so poorly that it collapses immediately, Ned snaps. He has a complete psychological breakdown. He screams at the town. He insults every person who has ever wronged him. He says things he has been holding inside for decades. And then he is institutionalized. He is committed to a mental health facility where it is revealed that Ned's relentless niceness is not natural. It is the result of childhood behavioral modification. Ned was a violent, uncontrollable child. His parents, being beatniks who did not believe in discipline, took him to a psychiatrist who spent years conditioning the aggression out of him through what amounted to behavioral reprogramming. Ned's kindness is not a character trait. It is a psychological cage built around a feral child by a doctor who literally conditioned a rage out of him through therapy. Everything about Ned's life reads differently once you know this. His patience with Homer is not saintly. It is pathological. He cannot express anger because his brain was wired to suppress it at all costs. His faith is not spiritual conviction. It is a coping mechanism for a man who needs an external framework to explain why he keeps suffering despite doing everything right. His forgiveness of Homer after Maude's death is not grace. It is the programmed response of a man who was being efficient as a child to never under any circumstances allow himself to feel the rage that lives inside him. And the show knows this. The show has shown us what happens when the conditioning fails. When Ned snaps, the person underneath is terrifying. Not because Ned becomes violent, though the show hints at that capacity, but because the despair that emerges is bottomless. The darkest observation about Ned is this: he is the saddest character on the show. Not Homer, who is too cognitively impaired to fully comprehend his own suffering. Not Lisa, who is young enough to still believe things might improve. Not Burns, who is too powerful to ever face consequences. Ned Flanders, the man who does everything right and gets nothing in return. The man whose wife was killed by his neighbor's selfishness and who responded with forgiveness because his brain will not let him respond any other way. The man who goes to church every Sunday and prays to a God who, in the show's own continuity, exists and has spoken to Homer multiple times but has never once spoken to Ned. God talks to Homer. God ignores Ned. The drunk who falls asleep in church gets divine conversation. The devout man who has dedicated his life to faith gets silence. That is not random cruelty. That is a thesis statement. The Simpsons is telling you that goodness is not rewarded in Springfield. That kindness is not protected. That faith is not answered. That the system does not care about moral behavior. It cares about compliance. And Ned is the most compliant man in town. He was programmed to be compliant before he was old enough to choose. And his reward is a dead wife, a destroyed house, a neighbor who will never appreciate him, and a God who talks to everyone except the one person who is actually listening. Ned Flanders is what happens when you do everything right in a system that does not reward rightness. Homer Simpson is what happens when you do everything wrong in a system that does not punish wrongness. They live next door to each other. They have lived next door to each other for 36 years. And the gap between them has never once closed. Because in Springfield, the gap does not close. The system is not designed to close it. Closing everything connects, and the loop keeps turning. We have spent a long time in Springfield tonight. We have examined the radiation poisoning every resident. We have explored the possibility that Homer has been dreaming since 1993. We have reopened the Burns shooting case. We have traced Burns's impossible lifespan. We have watched a town vote to criminalize truth. We have looked behind Maggie's silence and found something extraordinary. We have counted the predictions that came true and the ones we forgot. We have followed Mona Simpson's trail from activism to exile and traced the wreckage it left across 3 generations. We have searched for Springfield on a map and found it everywhere and nowhere. And we have stared at the floating timeline until the loop stared back. Every theory on this list is different. Every theory uses different evidence, different logic, different assumptions about what The Simpsons is and what it is trying to say. But every theory arrives at the same place. Something is wrong in Springfield. Something fundamental, something structural, something that goes deeper than animation style or episodic storytelling or cartoon logic. Whether it is radiation or dreams or denial or institutional corruption or the sheer weight of existing for 36 years without being allowed to change, something has broken the rules of reality in this town. And the show has been telling us about it since the very first episode, not through exposition, not through dramatic reveals, through accumulation, through repetition, through the slow, patient layering of detail upon detail until the picture becomes undeniable. The Simpsons is not hiding its mysteries. It is showing them to you every single week. It is just that nobody in Springfield can see them because Springfield will not let them. And nobody in the audience can see them because we have been watching for so long that we have become Springfield. We have accepted the yellow skin and the four fingers and the ageless children and the billionaire who will not die and the town that will not change. We have normalized all of it. We have become the people who look at a three-eyed fish and say, well, that is just how things are around here. The theories exist because some people looked at Springfield and refused to accept the surface. They dug, they connected, and they asked the questions that the characters cannot ask because the characters are trapped inside the loop. And what they found is a version of Springfield that is stranger and sadder and more beautiful than the one the show presents at face value. A version where Homer's stupidity is a scar left by a system that broke his family before he was old enough to understand what was happening. Where Maggie's silence is the smartest thing anyone in the family has ever done. Where Burns's immortality is the logical conclusion of unchecked wealth. Where Marge's patience is the foundation that keeps the whole fragile structure standing. Where Bart's rebellion is the only sane response to a world that has stopped making sense. And where Lisa, 8 years old and brilliant and alone, keeps asking questions that nobody wants to answer. Because she is the only person in Springfield who has not stopped looking. That is The Simpsons, 36 seasons, nearly 800 episodes, the longest-running animated series in American history, the most analyzed, most theorized, most dissected show ever created. And after all that, after all the theories and all the evidence and all the hours spent trying to crack the code, the biggest mystery is still the simplest one. Why cannot we let them go? Maybe because they are us. Maybe because Springfield is our town. Maybe because Homer is our father and Marge is our mother, and Bart is who we wanted to be, and Lisa is who we should have been. And Maggie is the version of ourselves we keep hidden behind a pacifier, watching everything, saying nothing, waiting for the right moment to finally speak. Or maybe it is simpler than that. Maybe we cannot let them go, because letting them go means admitting that 36 years have passed, that we are older now, that the world has changed, that the couch we sat on as kids while watching the opening credits is gone, or in someone else's house, or in a landfill somewhere. And as long as The Simpsons is on, as long as the loop keeps floating, as long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8, and Homer is stumbling through the door at 5:30 after another day at the plant, we do not have to admit any of that. We can sit down, we can turn on the television, and we can go home, to Evergreen Terrace, to Springfield, to the family that never changes, in the town that never ages, in the show that never ends. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. I will see you next time. The loop keeps turning. It always does. That is the whole point.